telebisyon na ako pakiramdam ko, ito'y magiging isang world record balang araw. Ako po si Paolo Bejones, ang lead trainer ng DepEd TV Training Program. Dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo, itong pandemya, limitado yung face-to-face instruction. Dapat patuloy pa rin ang edukasyon ng mga kabataan. Kaya kailangan maghanap ng ibang paraan. Nandyan yung online, nandyan din yung modular, nandyan din yung television at yung radio-based instruction. May lumapit sa akin at nagtanong kung meron akong training program para sa mga teacher broadcasters. Sabi ko, meron akong training program para doon sa mga ginagawa ko noon. Nagtuturo ako ng mga TV hosting at saka events hosting. So, kompleto na yung mga modules ko para doon. At nung naipakita ko, bumagay naman siya sa binabalak na teacher broadcaster program. Napakatindi ng preparasyon para sa DepEd TV training program. Unang-una, kailangan magkasundo sa kung ano ba yung criteria na kailangan natin sundan sa pagpili ng mga papasok pa lang sa training. At pagpasok nila sa training, unang hakbang pa lang yan. Kasi kailangan nilang pumasa doon sa training program mismo na aabot ng ilang linggo. Pag napili man sila na maging teacher broadcaster, kailangan matuto silang magsulat ng kanilang mga script, both ng TV lesson at yung production script. Meron tayong mga tinatawag na mga executive producers na tumutulong sa kanila every step of the way. Kailangan sundan ang lahat ng mga hakbang bago ang isang TV lesson ay mapapanood sa television. Kasama na po doon yung quality assurance, kasama ng curriculum and instruction. All in all, masasabi natin siguro mga mahigit 40 steps ang kailangan pagdaanan dito sa Teacher Broadcaster Training Program natin. Nakamiting ko si Yusek Alain Pascua, nagkasundo kami sa vision. Ang target niya talaga buong Pilipinas. Gusto niya buong Pilipinas merong mga teacher broadcasters na hindi lang pang camera, kundi pati yung off-camera, yung mga tinatawag natin production team, production staff. Napakalaki ng proyekto. Yun ang vision niya. Na isang araw pag nagkaroon ng DepEd TV channel, ready na ang buong Pilipinas na mag-produce ng iba't ibang mga television lessons. I love so many things about this project. First, I love the fact na nakikita natin yung mga teacher broadcasters na empowered, equipped, and enabled. Nakikita nila sa loob lamang ng ilang minuto, pwedeng mag-improve ang kanilang performance. Napakahalaga yon. I love the fact na ang ituturo nila, mapapanood ng milyon-milyon. At bihirang mangyari talaga yon sa kasaysayan ng telebisyon na garantisado na milyon-milyon ang manonood ng television lesson ninyo. I love all of the legwork na kailangan gawin. I love all of the paperwork, all of the documentation na kailangan natin buuin para itong training program natin ay cohesive. Ito ay isang long-term na plano para sa DepEd TV. Now, one day, pinagdarasal ko na magkaroon ng stand-alone channel ang DepEd TV. Para sa mga parents po dyan, mga magulang, inaanyayahan ko po kayong lahat na manood ng iba't ibang mga television lessons ng DepEd TV. Hindi po talaga dapat tumitigil ang pag-aaral, ang edukasyon ng ating mga kabataan. Napakahalaga po na walang patid ang kanilang knowledge, ang kanilang pag-gather ng mga bagong impormasyon. At itong DepEd TV channel, itong DepEd TV programs na ginagawa po namin kasama ng magagaling ng mga public school teachers all over the Philippines ay isang malaking blessing po para sa ating lahat, para sa bayan, para po sa mga learners natin. telebisyon na ako pakiramdam ko, ito'y magiging isang world record balang araw. Ako po si Paolo Bejones, ang lead trainer ng DepEd TV Training Program. Dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo, itong pandemya, limitado yung face-to-face instruction. Dapat patuloy pa rin ang edukasyon ng mga kabataan. Kaya kailangan maghanap ng ibang paraan. Nandyan yung online, nandyan din yung modular, nandyan din yung television at yung radio-based instruction. May lumapit sa akin at nagtanong kung meron akong training program para sa mga teacher broadcasters. Sabi ko, meron akong training program para doon sa mga ginagawa ko noon. Nagtuturo ako ng mga TV hosting at saka events hosting. So, kompleto na yung mga modules ko para doon. At nung naipakita ko, bumagay naman siya sa binabalak na teacher broadcaster program. Napakatindi ng preparasyon para sa DepEd TV training program. Unang-una, kailangan magkasundo sa kung ano ba yung criteria na kailangan natin sundan sa pagpili ng mga papasok pa lang sa training. At pagpasok nila sa training, unang hakbang pa lang yan. Kasi kailangan nilang pumasa doon sa training program mismo na aabot ng ilang linggo. Pag napili man sila na maging teacher broadcaster, kailangan matuto silang magsulat ng kanilang mga script, both ng TV lesson at yung production script. Meron tayong mga tinatawag na mga executive producers na tumutulong sa kanila every step of the way. Kailangan sundan ang lahat ng mga hakbang bago ang isang TV lesson ay mapapanood sa television. Kasama na po doon yung quality assurance, kasama ng curriculum and instruction. All in all, masasabi natin siguro mga mahigit 40 steps ang kailangan pagdaanan dito sa Teacher Broadcaster Training Program natin. Nakamiting ko si Yusek Alain Pascua, nagkasundo kami sa vision. Ang target niya talaga buong Pilipinas. Gusto niya buong Pilipinas, merong mga teacher broadcasters na hindi lang pang camera, kundi pati yung off-camera, yung mga tinatawag natin production team, production staff. Napakalaki ng proyekto. Yun ang vision niya. Na isang araw pag nagkaroon ng DepEd TV channel, ready na ang buong Pilipinas na mag-produce ng iba't ibang mga television lessons. I love so many things about this project. First, I love the fact na nakikita natin yung mga teacher broadcasters na empowered, equipped, and enabled. Nakikita nila sa loob lamang ng ilang minuto, pwedeng mag-improve ang kanilang performance. Napakahalaga yon. I love the fact na ang ituturo nila, mapapanood ng milyon-milyon. At bihirang mangyari talaga yon sa kasaysayan ng telebisyon na garantisado na milyon-milyon ang manonood ng television lesson ninyo. I love all of the legwork na kailangan gawin. I love all of the paperwork, all of the documentation na kailangan natin buuin para itong training program natin ay cohesive. Ito ay isang long-term na plano para sa DepEd TV. Now, one day, pinagdarasal ko na magkaroon ng stand-alone channel ang DepEd TV. Para sa mga parents po dyan, mga magulang, inaanyayahan ko po kayong lahat na manood ng iba't ibang mga television lessons ng DepEd TV. Hindi po talaga dapat tumitigil ang pag-aaral, ang edukasyon ng ating mga kabataan. Napakahalaga po na walang patid ang kanilang knowledge, ang kanilang pag-gather ng mga bagong impormasyon. At itong DepEd TV channel, itong DepEd TV programs na ginagawa po namin kasama ng magagaling ng mga public school teachers all over the Philippines ay isang malaking blessing po para sa ating lahat, para sa bayan, para po sa mga learners natin.
fraternità, la forza che ci dà.
We ask that life be kind,
Desiderio che
and watches from above.
lo troviamo
We hope each soul will find
intorno dentro sé.
another soul to love.
Let this be our prayer,
Let this be our prayer.
just like every child.
Just like every child needs to find a place. Guide us with your grace.
Give us
Faith so we'll be saved.
e la fede che hai acceso in noi. Sento che ci
Kinabuhi ko, ampingan ko, gasa kining hulam ko sa Ginoo. Ang paghikog sumpak sa Ginoo, busa kinabuhi ko, ampingan ko. Kadaghang gustong magpakabuhi, andam mo gastog milyong sa lapi. Sa abroad magpatambal, aron lang mabuhi. Kinabuhi bililhon kaysa sa laki. Ang kinabuhi ta atong sa ulogon, gasang libre gikan sa makagagahom. Ang pagputlo ni ini usa ka anugon, kinabuhi pahimuslan sa pagkamakaron. Ang kinabuhi tamaw igong puhunan, salig sa Ginoo may paglaom ang tanan. Kung sa problema usahay malungsan, pilding daan kung baghikog atong dangpan. Kinabuhi ko, ampingan ko, gasa kining hulam ko sa Ginoo. Ang paghikog sumpak sa Ginoo, busa kinabuhi ko, ampingan ko. Ang mapintas na bagyong ulurang, sa kamit-mit bituon mo subang. Salig sa Dios may paglaom ang tanan, kinabuhi ang tingan, di og dili usikan. Maong nga kinabuhi ko, ampingan ko, gasa kining hulam ko sa Ginoo. Ang paghikog sumpak sa Ginoo, busa kinabuhi ko, ampingan ko. Ang paghikog supak sa kahitasan, busa kinabuhi ko, akong ampingan.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
cordial salute to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Benito Dagatan, our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Torrejo and Dr. Gabilisao, education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, school principals, teachers, guidance counselors, and all non-teaching personnel. Have a pleasant morning to one and all. Today I will be discussing the primer of positive discipline in everyday teaching. I am Julie Maestrado, guidance counselor from Inabanga High School. So please bear with me, and I hope that you will stand by and listen to this session. As our children grow, we must recognize that how they think and how they feel and how they act also evolve, consistent with their development as children and adolescents. Children are not small adults. In school, their actions can easily be seen as misbehavior that requires disciplinary action. So there are a variety of behavior that our students shows to us during class hour or even outside the classroom. But discipline imposed by teachers and school administrators should be for the best interest of the child. It should be positive and non-violent. Although we have a manual for school discipline, but sometimes other teachers commit corporal punishments or maybe because of their temperaments also. So a primer for Filipino teachers for positive discipline in everyday teaching is made through the cooperation of INET Philippines, Department of Education, and Save the Children. The purpose of this primer is to help teachers apply a positive discipline approach in classroom management. Applying steps teachers can follow and situations they can refer to in applying positive and non-violent discipline. As we all know, that discipline is a key component to effective classroom management. So we have the categorized first different strategies or approaches of discipline. So we have three styles of discipline or strategies. We have preventive discipline. So teachers with effective classroom management strategies establish expectations, guidelines, and rules for behavior during the first few days of classes. Clearly explaining expectations is an essential component to preventive discipline. The goal of preventive discipline is to provide proactive interventions to potential disruptive behaviors by clearly explaining to the students what behaviors are not appropriate. The most basic components to preventive discipline is a concise outline about classroom expectations for students as well as for teachers. Students needs to know what is expected to them. Such guidelines might include rules regarding talking, homework, or language use in the classroom. See, just for example, the teachers wanted the students to become fluent in English, or the students are advised to talk English inside the classroom so that they will become fluent in speaking English. So there are certain rules uh, to be followed by the students. Say for example, if the teacher wanted that the classroom is always clean or always in order, so the students must follow the agreed rule by the classroom. So a preventive discipline strategy also establishes the types of consequences that will follow a forbidden act or behavior. Preventive discipline strategies create a safe, non-confrontational classroom atmosphere in which students feel that they understand what is to come. even the best laid preventive discipline strategies may fail periodically throughout the school year. So we cannot guarantee that even if your preventive discipline is very effective or very good, but we cannot guarantee that preventive discipline will success. So there are times that it will fail. So we need to find another approaches or strategies. So we will move on to the supportive discipline. So when a teacher offers a verbal warning or a suggestions for correcting behavior while a student is disobeying an established classroom rule. The teacher is using supportive discipline. Supportive discipline is distinct from punishment in that it provides a student with suggestions and options for correcting a behavior before a consequence is necessary. Okay, so giving verbal warning or a suggestions for correcting behavior while a student is disobeying and establishes classroom rule. So, say for example, inside the classroom, the students are mm, uh, making necessary behavior or unwanted behavior or disturbing the class discussion. So, you must give a verbal warning for the students to catch his attention. Then, when a student has failed to redirect his behavior after repeating attempts at supportive discipline, a teacher may opt for a corrective discipline strategy. Corrective discipline refers to the set of consequences delivered to students following on infraction. So there is a wide degree of variation among corrective discipline strategy. Some are effective than others. It should be adapted to the student's age or grade level. Do placing students in a timeout may be effective for kindergarten, but usually in high school students, this is much more less likely to comply. They are most they are much less likely to comply with such provisions. So lahi man gid ang kung kini nga usa ka strategy for mga bata, okay ra na siya pero inag-ari ka diri sa kindergarten na lahi na ba pud sila sa pagka-elementary. Then mas lahi na jud sila sa high school. So there are lots of strategies the teachers should use depending on the age of the learner, no? So we cannot impose uh, same strategies or approaches of discipline in different kinds of ages and also in different kinds of culture of the students. So we don't know what is good or applicable for them, no? So consistent application of consequences is an essential component of corrective discipline strategies. Then we have 5 types of discipline. So we have positive discipline. This is based on praise and encouragement instead of focusing on punishment. So you this kind of discipline is the one we will focus on this morning. Then we have also gentle discipline, focuses on preventing problems. Then we have boundary-based discipline, focuses on setting limits and making the rules clear upfront. We have also behavior modification, focuses on positive and negative consequences. We have also emotional coaching, focuses on teaching a child about feelings. When a child understands the feelings, they can verbalize them rather than act on them. So these 5 types of discipline can also be fused into uh, positive discipline. Now, even if teachers are always warned or always taught that we have we should not engage in corporal punishment. We should not apply corporal punishment in the classroom. But since we have different temperaments, some are have very low in impulse control, so that's why some teachers cannot control their emotions, especially if they are under stress or they are in the uh, stressful situations, they have problems, or physically they are not well. So there are lots of aspects or factors why the teachers engage in corporal punishment. Then also parents, we don't know that there are lots of problems that the parents are facing. So they cannot control their emotions, so they can apply corporal punishments to the child. In school, especially this time that teachers are always under stress due to lots of paperworks, uh, lot of things to do in order to comply all the requirements and the Department of Education. So sometimes teachers are very, what is this, bombarded. Then when they go to their respective homes, so they feel exhausted, and then ano siya, saputan siya, nauli sa balay, as in, makakuan po siya, makapaningka, or makapanapat sa siya sa mga bata, kay tungod sa kakapoy nga na. So, we cannot fully blame the teachers. Then, in the normal classes, especially that we are uh, teaching different kinds of students, so we cannot guarantee that at all times we can control our emotions, especially that we are angry, especially that we are under stress, or we have lots of problems to face or to solve. So that is why some of the uh, actions that we made uh, maka, makapasakita sa uban, no? Especially for sa atong mga estudyante. So let us focus first the corporal punishment. So this is any punishment in which physical force is used and intended to cause some degree of pain or discomfort. So we know also the corporal punishment in physical. So we have whip, a stick, belt, shoe, wooden spoon, etc. We use these kinds of things to hurt or to impose discipline to the students. No, but we are thinking that corporal punishment is best because it makes the student hurt, or it makes the student pay attention because uh, they feel hurt. So mo ni siya nga magsige ta og kuan sa mga bata, pamunal. Then ang uban sa ani kanang bunon na tog chalk or eraser. So daghan kay tag mga uh, evidence of corporal punishment. Then for non-physical forms of punishment, say for example, it belittles, humiliates, threatens, or scares or ridicules the child. See for example, they will pakaulawan ang bata or hadlukon ang bata, or imuha na siyang kanang maliiton in front of their classmates. So para lang gyud nga mo kuan ang bata, muhunong sa iyahang binuang. No? So there are lots of students who shows misbehavior inside the class, but we must control our emotions. So in the study, 80% to 98% of children experience it in their homes. In the Philippines, a study conducted by Save the Children in 2005 revealed that 85% of children have experienced corporal punishment in their homes, and that the most common forms is a spanking. No? It's 65% the children. Katilaw sila o kanang spanking sa ilahang mga parents. Muni kasagaran sa mga parents gid nga ikuan sa ilahang mga anak, no? Patiran, bunalan, ana. Then a majority of children interviewed for the study, 82% reported that they had been hit on different parts of their body, no? Especially if the parents are very angry or facing lot of problems, so they cannot control their anger, no? Then some also of the children are just catching the attention of their parents, so they are creating nonsense or making misbehavior so that they can catch the attention of the parents, but sometimes the parents cannot understand why they act like that, so they uh, resort to corporal punishment. So by not thinking that the child is only wanted their attention because they are very much busy of their work. So just sometimes like that. Then also students inside the classroom, because they lack attention of their parents in the at home. So they think that inside the classroom they can catch the attention of others because they are lacking on it. So they do misbehavior, they do undesirable behavior in the classroom so that they can catch the attention of the teachers or their classmates. So ano na siya, so depende na siya kung the teacher should see to it that should check the family background of the child, of the learner. So kung tanaw ganin mo nga ang bata kana sige upapansin, so there must be a problem inside their home, no, sa ilang pamilya. Kuan gina siya, so kay magpapansin man siya so sa eskwelahan sa ato pa, there must be something wrong in their family. It might be nga mga parents walay time para sa iya, or kinahanglan gyud siya og kanang attention sa iyahang parents. Okay? So in 2011, about 2 in 3 parents of children under 17 said they used corporal punishment. Spanking the bottom, 50% was the most practiced form of corporal punishment. So if the children experience corporal punishment, labi na gid kung grabe gid ang corporal punishment nga na agian nila sa balay or sa school, it can cause long-term effects. So one of this is it predicts negative outcomes throughout childhood and into adulthood. So kining mga bata nga nakasuway ani, kining mga bata nga nakatilaw og mga violente nga mga punishment, so naa na siya kanang negative effect sa ilahang uh, kaugalingon hantod matiguang sila. Then it increases children's risk for increased aggression, increased delinquency, and antisocial behavior. Physical injury and reports to child welfare, poor parent-child relationship, and poor mental health. So this is according to Gershoff 2002. So kining mga bata mo kanang silang kulatahon. So nakadako sa sila, mangulata sa sila, no? Unya mo man ilahang na uh, ilahang na experience. So mahimo na po ni siya nga ma-develop nga behavior sa bata. Then maka-create sa ni siya og antisocial behavior. It might be ang bata dili siya uh, maulaw lawon siya, or dili siya ganahan magighugoy-hugoy sa laing tao, no? Then maka kuan siya physical injury, kanang mangulata sa ni siya kay kinulata man sa ni siya. So most by experience, most of the child who experience corporal punishment at home, labi na kung severe siya, in the school, they cannot control also their impulse, they cannot control their emotions. So whenever there are times when their classmates bully or magsolve sa ila, di ka sila kapugong, So mao sa na sila manumbag sa na sila. So in most cases mao sad ni ang mahitabo sa school. So, kung ang mga bata kulatado sa ilahang pamimalay labi na sa papa, kung ari diri sa school inag-anha po sa eskwelahan, magsige sa pangita og sinumbagay pod, no? Kay di man sila kasukol sa ilang amahan sa balay, so ari sila sa eskwelahan kay pwede man sila makasukol. So mapagawa sila ang ilahang kasuko ari sa ilahang mga classmates. Then it also associated with lower self-esteem and poor academic success. So syempre, if the child grows with severe corporal punishment, so it can lower their self-esteem or self-confidence. So wad-an sila og trust silang pagalingon, and then mawad-an sad sila og kuan kining wad-an sad sila gana sa ilahang pag-eskwela, no? Kay sige lang kada adlaw kulata, mamahaw kulata ni manudto og kuan yana sumo na nga lisod kaayo. Mawad-an sila og pangandos kay nabuhi din. Mahuna-huna nila nga kisa may mosuporta sa ila nakadako sa ilahang ang iyang ginikanan mo sige magpangulata sa iya, no? Then we have legal basis for prohibiting corporal punishment. So according to DepEd Order number 40, series of 2012, known as Policy and Guidelines of Protecting Children in School from Abuse, Violence, Exploitation, Discrimination, Bullying, and other forms of abuse. Other policy measures protecting children in school are DepEd Order number 55, series of 2013, which supports the implementation of Public Act number 10627, or known as the Anti-Bullying Act of 2013. So naasa ni siya kining Anti-Bullying Act 2013 ano siya sa ato ang School Manual on Discipline, no? Kini siya nga mga balaod. So teachers and administrators will be guided ani nga kuan tamang manual. Then we have DepEd Order number 18, 2015, or the Guidelines and Procedures on the Management of Children at Risk and Children in Conflict with the Law. Okay? So, those are the legal bases. Then let us move on to positive discipline in everyday teaching. Okay? So, what is positive discipline? So, positive discipline is an approach to teaching that helps children succeed, gives them the information they need to learn, and supports their development. It respects children's rights to healthy development, protection from violence, and active participation in their learning. Effective discipline is positive and constructive. It involves setting goals for learning and finding constructive solutions to challenging situations. Schools should respect children's developmental levels, their rights to dignity and physical integrity, and their rights to participate fully in their learning. So positive discipline is about finding long-term solutions that develop students' own self-discipline. It should be clear and consistent communication. So dili kay way klaro. So consistent, clear and consistent communication will help the students become active and obedient. So consistent reinforcement of your expectations, rules, and limits based on knowing your students and being fair. Okay? So, ang disiplina atong ihatag sa mga bata depende kung unsa siya nga klasiha sa bata, then unsang klasiha sa behavior yang gipakita. So we will not generalize. So everything it will depends on the situation and how the students act. Okay, so we should be flexible, although we are consistent in reinforcement sa atong mga expectations or sa mga roles and limits sa bata. So just say to it if this is a very situational. So for example, kung ang bata is kulatado sa iyang parent and he needs comfort and affirmation sa iyang mga kuan, mga unsay mga plano niya sa iyang kinabuhi, no? Then he cannot rely to it to his parents. So as teachers, you should know unsa man nimo pag-address ning problema sa bata ha nga mo ni siya nga nangin ani ni siya diri sa eskwelahan is because ana, so you must find other ways on how to help the students, no? How to help the students na ma-reframe nimo inyong behavior. So the student must heal first. So kay sige ta og impose og disiplina niya samdan dito ang bata nga lisod kaayo ang ato ang kuano lisod gyud. Then dapat fair kita sa tanan sa mga bata. So for example, kung naatay gi-impose nga disiplina ana, so atong ipasabot sa mga bata nga kini mao ni siya ang ato ang kanang manual of discipline, mao ni siya ato ang kanang rules and regulations, no? Nga dapat itamod nato, then atong ipasabot sa mga bata nga kung mo ni atong buhaton mo siya ang consequence sa imong mga situations. So we must let them understand first, and then if they have any questions or they have some issues in themselves, so you must resolve it first, no? Kay dili basta-basta pod ang mag-implementa sa rules and regulations because we are lots of factors that we must consider. Aim at building a mutually respectful relationship with your students. Okay? So, yung mutual respect yun ka sa ato ang mga bata. Then, teaching students lifelong skills and fostering their love of learning. Okay? So, say for example, sa positive kani lifelong skills, example niya is they have to develop self-discipline, self-confidence, daghan pa kayo sila mga critical thinking skills. So, daghan kaayo nga mga lifelong skills nga makatabang sa mga bata. So, dapat ato na siya i-emphasize. Then, teaching courtesy, non-violence, empathy, self-respect, and respect for others and their rights. So, we must impose this, especially that our students today this courtesy is almost depleted, no? Kaya mga bata ron mura na sila og dili na mo tahod og teachers, no? Sa amo na nato pag-address na siya nga magpabili na ilang pagkamanggitahuron, no? Then we have empathy, self-respect, no? Sabi na ron sa social media, sa amo ni ato mga bata karon nga may sige naman og post nga nakatupis or nakaunsa na sila diha, no? So we have to teach them self-respect para dili sad sila mabuli sa uban, labi na kung mag-post sila o dili mga aangayan nga i-post sa social media. Then respect for others, no? Especially in giving opinions or posting any comments or suggestions sa social media, no? And then also paglaban sa ilahang rights. Okay? Then increasing students' competence and confidence to handle academic challenges and difficult situations. So we have to teach also our students how to cope up their different problems in life. So labi na sa mga difficult situations, so we must teach also the children how to handle, and we must teach them the coping skills na makatabang kayo sa ilang. Then, positive discipline is not permissiveness, no? So, we should not be misled of positive discipline even if wala ta gamit of corporal punishment, but we are making it very holistic, no? So, ang positive discipline, this is not permissiveness. Ato lang kung ano ang mga bata bisag dili maayo yung ilang gihimo ato gihapon silang i-concentrate dili na siya mao. Then letting students do whatever they want, so dili na siya pwede nga ato lang pasagdaan sila kung sa ilang buhaton. Having no rules, limits or expectations, so dili nga wala tay rules, so kinahanglan gid na sila nga atong tunduan ng mga bata nga mo follow og rules, then mo makahibalo sila sa ilang limits, no? Kay kuan. So that is this is not positive discipline is not having no rules, limits, or expectations. Short-term reactions. So ang may uban nga kausara ka masuko niya kahuman dili na, no? So or alternative punishment to slap or hitting and shaming. So dili na siya ha. So say for example ang sa positive discipline, so if ever there is a negative behavior, no, we must deal it in a holistic manner. So positive discipline should be holistic, constructive, proactive, strength-based, inclusive, and participatory. Okay? So holistic means it applies not only to students' behavior, but to all aspects of their learning and social interactions. So the students must be taught how to how to be how to behave in front of other people, no? So they must know how to behave at home, in school. Then they will be taught on how to become what is this holistic person or totally developed person in the community. Then we have also strength base. It identifies and builds on the student's strengths. Okay, so let us check all the student's strengths and weaknesses. So sa positive discipline, in order that the students will be encouraged to do a positive behavior, positive response, so we must also uh, focus on their strength. No? So we must appreciate the students based on her strength so that he will become encouraged and he will participate because her strength and her potentials is known or maximized. Then constructive, it is aimed at strengthening students' self-esteem and confidence. Okay, so we must uh, see, for example, dili na to napakawawa ng bata. No? So it must be constructive. Dili na to, basig, diretso gatag kasuko o panyansulto sa bata. So in disciplining the child, it must be constructive. So we must avoid humiliation or humiliating the child or shaming the child. So we must uh, give proper discipline, a constructive discipline that can boost the self-confidence and self-esteem of the child. No? So we must let them understand the consequence and also ang unsa may posible nga dangatan nila if ever magpadayon sila na anak nga kuan nga behavior, no? So inclusive, it recognize and respect diversity of all students. So naa man daghang mga ang atong mga bata is nakadaiya man nasud sa classroom. Okay? So we have to respect their religion, their culture, so, and the way nga gi-brought up sila sa ilahang parents. They say also, for example, we have students who have physical disabilities, no? Or say for example, if students have a physical disability, some of the students naa sila kanang moral o low self-esteem sila, di maulaw sila, no? So daghan kaayo niya kung imo pa gina silang pasakitan, so mo na padayon na sila di na gyud hinungdan mo eskwela. Okay, then it should be proactive. It identifies the roots of behavioral and learning difficulties and implements strategies to promote success and avoid conflict. Okay, so unsa may kanang hinungdan gud anang iyahang behavior, no? Unsa may hinungdan ngano man maglisod man siya og kanang sabot or maglisod man siya og cook up sa mga lessons. So naa na siya daghang factors. It might be nga kanang bata is naa siya gipamati na siya sakit or naa siya diferensya sa iyahang lawas nga naka-hinder sa iyahang paspas nga pag digest sa mga lessons. And then also growth sa mga behavioral difficulties sa bata. Si for example, kung malito siya, ano malito man siya, then magsige ni panungitag sinong bagay, ano man ni siya, ginaanan man ni, then ngano man ni bataan ni nga magiiwawan man ni. So daghan kaayo ka og uh, ay i-identify, no? So we should not jump into conclusion that this child is like this or like that because he has shown uh, misbehavior inside the classroom. So we must know first the roots of the behavioral and learning difficulties, no? Then to promote success and avoid conflict. So base na niya og kuan mga bata moha na gi pakawawan diha niya. Grabe day kayo siya pinagaanan sa ilaha, no? Ato ba gyud nga gipun-an. Then also participatory. It engages students in the learning process and in the school community. Okay, so students from the school, they have to apply all the lessons and the skills that they learn from school and into community to make them become productive. No, so if our students will be guided properly through positive discipline, so there is a greater possibility that they become a productive citizen in our country. Okay, so we have building blocks of positive discipline and everyday teaching. Okay, so this model identifies the key elements of the PDET approach. All must be put into practice in all interactions with students. Okay, so the first building blocks is the child rights principles, and the second is the pedagogical uh, strategies. Okay, then we have uh, the foundation is child rights principles and pedagogical goals or aims. Then we have setting long-term goals, providing warmth, providing structure, understanding child development, recognizing individual differences, then problem solving. So these are the building blocks of positive discipline and everyday teaching. So first, we have to know the rights of the child. Okay? So upon knowing the rights of the child, we must avoid to uh, violate its right kay matugas ta ana sa balaod, no? So kinahanglan gyud nga ato gyud na siya ka mahibaw-an sa may mga basic rights sa mga bata, ha, no? Then we have also setting long-term goals. So magkuan ta ani siya ato ni siyang kanang natin mga kuan mga panglantaw sa ato ang mga bata. Okay? So, identifying long-term goals, teachers play an important role in helping children become caring, capable, and resilient adults. Okay? For this to happen, it is crucial that you as their teacher consider what kind of people you want your students to become and to use everyday interactions with them in school to teach the values and skills that they will need to become strong and compassionate children or citizens in the country. Okay, so for example, in the classroom, you must integrate the career pathways of the children or of the learners. So for example, you will ask the students what you would like to be in the future. Okay, so you must give them a full positive expectation that they can achieve their dreams in life. For example, kung ganahan siya magpulis, imo encourage, no? Okay, so dong nag-expect ko nimo nga mapulis ka sa umabot nga mga adlaw. So from this time kinahanglan na ka nga mag-act as a pulis ka. So imong haircut, imong barog, imong way of kuan, imo na siyang i-practice dong kay para kanang kuan kanang force na gyud nimo nga mapulis kay naga upokon. Kasi for example, ganahan ang bata nga mag-teacher. So imo siya nga encourage. So from time to time i-train nimo ang bata nga mapadulong siya sa iyahang gusto nga padulngan. No? Okay? So whatever the dreams of the child, or whatever their dreams, so the teachers must know so that they can give high expectation to the child. So based sa research, mas daghan ang mahimo nga successful nga mga bata kung ang teacher taas og expectation sa ilaha because maningkamot man sila nga ma-achieve yun nila ang ilahang goals. It's because ang teacher ning believe, no? The teacher believes that they can
Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
Good morning, DepEd Bohol. Foremost, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our dear Superintendent, Dr. Benito Dagatan, our two assistant superintendents, Dr. Faustino Toradio and Dr. Danilo Gudilusao, as well as our CID Chief, Dr. Carmela Restificar, our SGOD Chief, Dr. Desiderio De Lejero, our dear supervisors, school administrators, all other dignitaries, doctors, educators, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure to be here sa atong INSET. This morning, we will give a discussion on psychosocial support. So what is psychosocial support? Let me give you the definition of APA or American Psychological Association. So psychosocial support is a broad term describing a range of services offered by mental health professionals for those in pressing need. Whether designed to help individuals cope with a serious illness or to alleviate distress in whole communities following a disaster, such services may range from mental health counseling, psychoeducation, and group support to spiritual support and other assistance, and are provided by psychologists, social workers, pastoral counselor, among others. And I'd also like to particularly define what is psychological first aid. Now, psychological first aid is an initial disaster response intervention with a goal to promote safety, stabilize survivors of disasters, and connect individuals to help and resources. PFA is delivered to affected individuals by mental health professionals and other first responders. The purpose of PFA is to assess the immediate concerns and the needs of an individual in the aftermath of a disaster and not to provide on-site therapy. So in the context of DepEd, we have prepared this material for a discussion on psychosocial support, particularly on psychological first aid. Let me mention to you our legal basis for doing so. So we have Division Memorandum Number 255, Series of 2020, entitled Division Policy Guidelines on the Inclusion of Mental Health Management Protocol in the Enhanced School Improvement Plan. Another memo was also issued, number 273, Series of 2020, with the title Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Services in the Time of COVID-19 for DepEd Teaching and Non-Teaching Personnel. So, these were issued last year, and for the implementation of such, I would like to make mention also of this Division Memo Number 350-2020, Series of 2020, entitled Orientation on Remote Psychological First Aid for District and School Personnel. So we actually conducted orientation on psychological first aid, particularly remote psychological first aid, which was very timely for during the pandemic situation, and this was sometime last year. These were delivered to our school health and nutrition personnel and the RRM coordinators. We had hoped to cascade this up to the school level, and it's a good thing that while we are having this INSET, we have included psychosocial support. So the material which we prepared for our orientation last year would be the same material that we will deliver to you today. Okay, so the presenters for this material are the following school health and nutrition personnel: Janine Magallones, RN, Loida Telmo, RN, with special participation of Jenna Tibunyao, RN, Janji Duca, RN, and Cheryl Joy Robiliar, RN Man. So here goes our psychosocial support learning material.
Isa sa mga pwede makahatag sa psychological first aid mao ang mga magtutudlo ug ang mga guidance counselor nga anaa sa eskwelahan. Ingon man sa mga katiguangan, ang eskwelahan mao ang ikaduhang puloy-anan samtang kita nagdako ug ang atong mga magtutudlo mao ang atong ikaduhang ginikanan. Ug tungod kay mas taas ang oras sa mga kabataan diha sa atong mga eskwelahan, kinahanglan gayud nga makakat-on ang atong mga magtutudlo unsaon paghatag sa psychological first aid. Ang Department of Education adunay Psychological First Aid Program o PFA nga nagsunod sa maong giya. Una, mao ang 3 core action principles sa PFA ug mao kini ang 3 L's or look, listen, and link. Sa look, bantayan nato kung kinsa ang nanginahanglan og psychological support. Sila mao ang mga survivors nga adunay gibati nga negatibo nga reaksyon o emosyon tungod sa disaster. Sa listen, kinahanglan andam ta mamati sa mga impormasyon nga isulti sa mga survivors ug andam kita nga muhatag og suporta ngadto kanila. Sa link, isip psychological first aid provider, kinahanglan ato silang matagaan og practical assistance ug ma-refer nato sila sa mga social support nga ilang gikinahanglan. Ilabi na gayud kung makita nato nga aduna sila gipakita nga mas grabe nga simptomas nga nanginahanglan og specific attention medical ug psychological sama sa mga suicidal attempts ug uban pa. Ikaduha, adunay gisulod nga module ang pagbuhat nato sa PFA ug mao kini ang CIS-PFA module o Supporting, Enabling, and Empowering Students. Ang CIS-PFA module usa ka manual nga adunay psychological interventions alang sa mga secondary school-aged students sa panahon nga adunay disaster o emergency situation. Apan pwede kini magamit sa bisan unsang age bracket. Aduna kini siyam ka easy to follow and implement modules. Apan ang naunang upat ka modules gibase sa mga main objectives sa PFA ug kini kinahanglang pagabuhaton dayon unang adlaw hangtod 6 ka bulan pagkahuman sa emergency o disaster situation. Ang naunang upat ka modules mao ang: una, validating and normalizing feelings; ikaduha, calming down and controlling one's emotions; ikatulo, linking, identifying, and addressing needs; ikaupat, mao ang sources of strength; ikatulo nga giya mao ang activities sa kada modules nga gigama sa CCP Sininggaling o Cultural Center of the Philippines. Sa pagbuhat sa PFA or Psychological First Aid, magamit ang mga modules sa CIS manual. Kini makahatag og experiential approach to learning. Tanang sessions pagasugdan gyud og unfreezing activities nga makatabang sa pagpakalma o papagaan sa gibati sa mga survivors o estudyante. Unya, pagasundan kini og mga activities nga gisunod ang CIS manual. Kadahuman sa matag activities, iproseso o ianalisa ang ilang mga outputs aron kini makaawhag sa mga survivors o estudyante sa pakiglambigit sa mga group discussions. Mga pahinumdom kung magbuhat sa mga activities sa PFA pinaagi sa pagsunod sa CIS manual, kinahanglan age-appropriate ang mga activities ug mas maayo kung ang mga modules pagabuhaton gamit ang kaugalingong pinulungan. Iandam ang mga gamit nga kinahanglan sa matag session ug kung aduna man gani mga bata o participants nga dili pa andam moapil sa mga activities, dili nato sila pugson sa pagpaapil. Pero ato silang tagaan og oras sa pag-observe sa mga activities. Karon, atong sugdan ang pagbuhat og Psychological First Aid o PFA gamit ang mga activities nga anaa sa CIS-PFA module. Ato lang hinumduman nga kinahanglan dili nato kalimtan ang physical distancing ug pagsuot og mask sa atong mga bata isip pagsunod sa mga protocols nga giset sa atong panggamhanan kung kini man gani atong pagabuhaton sa classroom. Saunggin ganina mag-una og mga unfreezing activities ang PFA. So example sa mga unfreezing activities nga pwede nato mahatag mao ang magsama-sama, bring me, kumusta ka ug uban pa. So kini nga mga activities makahatag og higayon sa mga participants nga makaila-ila sa usag-usa ug makahatag sa pagsalik between sa facilitators ug participants. Ang mga mosunod nga activities mao ang mga activities nga anaa sa CIS-PFA manual. Ang una nga activity mao ang music art therapy. So example kini nga activity sa validating and normalizing feelings. So ang tumong ug katuyuan ani nga activity mao ang una, maipadayag sa mga participants ang ilang gibati o reaksyon mahitungod sa disaster o emergency situation nga nahitabo, ilabi na karon nga adunay pandemya. Ikaduha, Makahibaw ang atong mga participants nga ang ilang gibati o reaksyon sa panahon nga adunay emergency o disaster, normal o balido. For the music art therapy, materials to be used include bond papers, crayons, scissors, and playlist of various songs. So this is the mechanics of music art therapy. First, the participants will be given bond papers and may choose two of their favorite color of crayons, one in each hand. Second, participants must secure the bond paper by taping its corners on the table to prevent it from moving. Third, write their names on any part of the bond paper. Fourth, the facilitator will play variety of songs, 4 to 5 songs. So for each song, the participants will close their eyes and will respond to the music by drawing what they feel on the bond papers given to them. When each song stops, they are to change the color of the crayons they are holding. And fifth, after the activity, you may conduct a short sharing of the output. Here are some guide questions that you may ask during the sharing. So first, is there significance or meaning of the first two crayons I chose? Second, were there are any emotions or sensations that occurred within my body while doing the activity? Third, what are these emotions? Fourth, what did you notice about your reactions before and during the pandemic? And fifth, are these reactions normal to stressful events? So other activities that we could give to our students includes tableau, show me via dancing or acting, puppetry, mirroring activity, and action-reaction activity. Sa panahon nga adunay emergency situation, dili kalikayan nga mabati nato ang mga negatibo o abnormal nga emosyon o reaksyon sama sa pagkasuko, pagkahadlok, pagkaguol ug uban pa. Apan atong hinumduman nga ang mga abnormal na pagbati, normal kini nga reaksyon sa abnormal nga sitwasyon. Mao nga importante gayud nga makakat-on kita sa mga positibo nga paagi sa pagkontrol sa atong emotion. Usa ka paagi ang pagbuhat sa breathing exercise. So kaning breathing exercise is an example activity of the calming down and controlling one's emotion, or the second module sa ato ang CIS manual. So this is how we do or perform the breathing exercise. So let us begin by counting 1 to 10. I will count out loud while you silently do it. While I count, close your eyes, relax your body, be mindful with your breathing pattern, and start breathing through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. 1. Breathe in, breathe out. 2. Breathe in, breathe out. 3. Breathe in, breathe out. 4. Breathe in, breathe out. 5. Breathe in, breathe out. 6. Breathe in, breathe out. 7. Breathe in, breathe out. 8. Breathe in, breathe out. 9. Breathe in, breathe out. 10. Breathe in, breathe out. Let us continue the breathing exercise by raising your arms over your head. Breathe in and carefully breathe out and make a circle as your hands meet in front of your legs. Do this one more time. Focus on your breathing and keep breathing in and out. For now, let's incorporate some body movements while doing the breathing exercise. Now, student B, Take a look at student A. Student A, slowly move your arms in any manner for as long as the movement is slow and easy to follow. Student B, follow what student A is doing. Do the motions 2 times. Now, let's do our action once more. Breathe in, arms up. Breathe out, arms circle outwards and down. Now, student A, look at and follow student B's arm movement. Student B, do the movement 2 times so that student A can follow you. Breathe in, arms up, and breathe out, arms circle outwards and down. Then, student A and B focus and concentrate. Now place your hands on your waist and do hip rotations clockwise. Do 8 counts. Keep breathing as you rotate and as I count from 1 to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, do the same movement using the counterclockwise direction. Keep breathing as you rotate and as I count 1 to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Student A, do slow left leg movement that student B can follow. Do it 3 more times with your partner. Student B, do a slow right leg movement that student A can follow. Do it 3 more times with your partner. Remember to focus on your breathing. To end our breathing exercise, raise your arms over your head. Breathe in and carefully breathe out and make a circle as your hands meet in front of your legs. Do this 3 times, arms up. Breathe in, breathe out as you form a circle. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Then bow to your partner and slowly sit on the floor properly. Ang ikaupat nga module sa SIS manual mao ang sources of strength. So this module aim to encourage the survivors to revisit their strengths in order to support their self-efficacy to deal with the situation. And this is to reiterate that they are not alone in the struggle and they have multiple sources of strength. So example activity is the t-shirt art activity. So for the t-shirt art mechanics, have the participants to cut the bond papers to make their own me t-shirt that best answers who they are and what they want. So for each corner of the t-shirt, they will answer the following using the illustration. So for the upper center, they will write their name. For the upper right, write the 3 favorite things, their 3 favorite things. Then upper left, 3 positive traits. The lower center, 3 things they value. And for the lower right, 3 things that they learned. And after the activity, the facilitator may conduct a group sharing. So after the activity, the participants can identify their personal, social, and emotional strength during and in the aftermath of the disaster or stressful situation. Thank you everyone, and remember that all is well and all is going to be well. Department of Education has 6 flagship health programs. First is School-Based Feeding Program. Second, WINS. Third, Adolescent Reproductive Health. Fourth, National Drug Education Program. Fifth, Mental Health. And sixth, Medical, Dental, and Nursing Services. So at this moment, we will focus on mental health. Mental health and psychosocial support. So, aron mas masabtan nato kining pulunga, ato ni siyang tagsa-tagsaon paghubad. Una, kining gitawag nato og mental health. Mental health refers to how we think, how we feel, and how we act to face life situations. So, matawag nato nga mentally healthy ang isa ka tawo kung una, you know your own ability. You know the things you can do and you cannot do. And you know your strengths and weaknesses in life. Ikaduha, you can still cope up with the stress in life. Ug ikatulo, you can still work productively and contribute to the society. You must remember that it's normal to feel sad and anxious during difficult situations. It's normal to feel lonely when you missed someone. It's normal to feel guilty when you know that you are wrong. It's normal to cry when you are brokenhearted. It's normal to feel angry when you are hurt. And it's normal to have problems in life. What is important is that we are aware of our thoughts, we are aware of our feelings, we are aware of our emotions, and you know how to handle and can still cope up and overcome those challenges that comes into your way. So that is mental health. Or shall I say, you are mentally healthy. Alang sa kasayuran sa tanan, adunay duha ka klase ang stress. Una, kining gitawag nato og positive stress or eustress. For example, kanang padung ka kaslon. Na-stress ka because of your many preparations and at the same time, you are also excited. When you look at it, it is a kind of situation that somehow makes you feel happy. So mauna siya ang gitawag og positive stress or eustress. Ang ikaduha nga klase sa stress kaning gitawag nato og negative stress or distress. Example ni ini kanang naay namatay sa imuhang family member or nagkasakit or nadisgrasya. So when you look at it, mauna siya ang mga situations nga dili nato ganahan mahitabo. So kana siya nga klase nga stress is gitawag nato na siya og distress or negative stress. Next word is kining gitawag nato og psychosocial. Psychosocial refers to the behavior of the persons emotionally and mentally, including their social aspects. So when we say social aspects, it includes the person's values and norms, its relationship with other people, religion, culture, work, and its environment. Psychosocial support. Psychosocial support is not an approach. Rather, it is a guideline that guides us so that we will know that what we are doing is right. It is a local support that aims to protect, promote psychosocial well-being, and or prevent or treat mental disorder. There are 6 core principles of mental health and psychosocial support. First is human rights and equity. So for example, tungod sa COVID-19, muingon ka nga mugawas ka because you have the right to go outside and you have the right to decide for your own self. But how about those people nga pwede nimo matakdan just in case you will be found out nga naa kay COVID-19? So how about their rights to stay healthy and to stay safe? So kung muingon ta og human rights and equity, that should be human rights and equality of all the people. Next is participation. Sa tanan nato nga pagabuhaton, it will always involve participation from us and participation from the other people.
Third is, do no harm. Kung kita mo tabang or mo suporta sa isa ka tao, we have to make it sure nga wala ta nakapasakit nila physically, mentally, emotionally, including the religion and culture. Fourth is building on available resources and capacities. When we give help or support, that should be according sa ato nga makaya or according sa kung unsay naa nato. Fifth is integrated support systems. These are supports and help from different agencies. So makita nato karon with our challenging situations because of COVID nga dili lang DOH ang naglihok. So naasab ang military, naasab ang police, even DepEd is also helping us. So it is a fact that during this challenging situations, we have to admit that we cannot do it alone. Sixth is multi-layered supports. Para mas masabtan nato kini siya, ato ni siyang explain gamit ang isa ka pyramid. So kung maghisgot ta og mental health and psychosocial support, daghan nga klase-klase nga suporta nga pwede nato mahatag or matabang sa isa ka tawo. So nay upat ka klase kung makita nato sa pyramid naa siya upat ka layer. First is social considerations in basic services and security. Second, strengthening community and supports. Third, focused non-specialized supports. And fourth, specialized services. So kung makita nato sa pyramid, naa siya'y pinakadako nga layer. So mao ni siya ang social considerations in basic services and security. So sakop ani nga layer ang gitawag nato og basic needs sa tao. Mao ang food, shelter, water, safety, and security. As a general population, aduna ba kitay nadawat nga suporta or tabang gikan sa gobyerno when it comes to our basic needs? Ang tubag, yes, aduna kaayo. Usa ni ini ang pagpanghatag og relief goods og ang gitawag nato og monetary assistance through social amelioration program. DepEd also is extending their help to the frontliners by giving them food, snacks, face masks, and face shields. Ikaduha nga layer kining gitawag nato og strengthening community and supports. So what the government did in this part is naatay gitawag og information dissemination through TV, radio, Facebook, and other forms of social media. The government is giving us needed informations, health measurements, and protocols so that we will be aware of the situations that we are experiencing during this COVID pandemic. And how about DepEd? What support did DepEd give to its staff and personnel? So aduna kitay gitawag og mga webinar and online conferences. And for the students, they can access to DepEd Commons. Ikatulo, kining gitawag nato og focused non-specialized supports. Dinhi mosulod ang gitawag nato og psychological first aid, or shall I say, remote psychological first aid, nga pwede nato buhaton to those people who are distressed. So gitawag ni siya nga non-specialized support tungod kay ang PFA pwede ra na siya mabuhat sa mga ordinary people as long as naa sila training. And I am happy to say that in DepEd Bohol, trained na ang atoang mga DRRM and nurses on how to conduct psychological first aid. Ikaapat, kining gitawag nato og specialized services. Dinhing dapita ma-involve ang suporta nga ihatag sa mga psychologist ug mga psychiatrist ug uban pang mga espesyalista nga doktor sa mga tawo nga nanginahanglan og deep and specialized intervention. So what is PFA? Before tamo touch about PFA or psychological first aid, we have to remember that every person has strength and abilities to help them cope with life challenges. However, some people are particularly vulnerable in a crisis situation and may need extra help. So usa sa pwede nato mabuhat or matabang is kining gitawag nato og psychological first aid. So what is psychological first aid? Psychological first aid is a physical face-to-face conversation. It is a humane, supportive response to fellow human being who is suffering and may need support and help. PFA involves providing practical care and support to those people who are in distress. When we say practical care and support, mao kini ang pwede nato matabang at the very moment with our own capacity and ability. We can do it by listening to people's feelings, emotions, and frustrations, comforting and helping them to feel calm and relaxed. It also involves assessing the people's needs and concerns by helping them address their basic needs like food and water. It also involves helping people connect to information, other services, and social supports. So what is remote PFA? Because of COVID pandemic, naay mga protocols nga kinahanglan nato sundon. Usa ni ini ang gitawag nato og physical distancing. So ako lang ni siyang i-correct nga ang sakto nga word nga gamito nato is physical distancing, dili social distancing. However, kung maingon ta og physical distancing, it can be bridged by keeping socially connected through the use of cell phones, internet, software applications, and other forms of social media platforms. So mauni nga si PFA gitawag na nato karon og remote PFA or remote psychological first aid. Is PFA difficult or a complicated thing to do? Actually, it is not difficult, more complicated. Why? Because PFA is not something that professionals can do. General population can conduct psychological first aid as long as they have training. PFA is not a professional counseling and it is not also a psychiatric intervention. So why we conduct PFA? Because people feel comfort, they feel happy, safe, and hopeful if they have connections and support coming from other people. So when is PFA provided? PFA is aimed at helping people who have been recently affected by crisis or event. You can provide PFA when you first have contact with very distressed people. This is usually done during or immediately after an event. However, it may sometimes be days or weeks, depending on how long the event lasted and how severe it was. Who needs PFA? So kinsa ang nanginahanglan og psychological first aid? PFA is for distressed people who have been recently exposed to a serious crisis or event. You can provide help to both children and adults. However, not everyone who experiences a crisis need or want psychological first aid. So, ang ato gyud aning buhaton is we do not force help on those people who do not want to. But make yourself easily available to those people who want support or help. PFA is based on the principles of care and empathy. So when we conduct psychological first aid or PFA, of course we must understand someone's feelings and emotions, and we let them know and feel that we care for them. So there are 3 action principles of psychological first aid, or shall I say remote psychological first aid. First is look, second is listen, and third is link.
Ang kinaunhang action principle sa remote PFA mao ang look o pagtan-aw. Sa sitwasyon na to karon nga physical distancing, dili na to makita ang tao but we will be paying attention to someone who is talking to us on phone. Look refers to how to assess mahitungod sa una, current situation. Kasamtangang sitwasyon sa usa ka tawo, especially karon panahona nga naatay COVID-19 pandemic. Ikaduha, who seeks support? Kinsa ang nanginahanglan og suporta? For example, mga nawad-an og trabaho o panginabuhi, namatyan tungod sa COVID, anxiety tungod sa quarantine, natakdan sa COVID o uban pa. Ikatulo, what the risk are? Unsa ang mga mahimong risgo tungod sa mga kasinatian? Kikining mga kasinatian, kung dili matubang, pwede mahimong sinugdan sa depresyon sa usa ka tawo. Ikaapat, the needs of the affected. Panginahanglan sa mga naapektuhan, labi na sa mga lugar kung diin daghang kaso sa COVID. And fifth, expected emotional reactions. Kanya-kanyang klaseng emosyon nga mogawas o maipagawas. Assessing needs and planning consideration. There are three principles of look in relation to assessment of needs. First, practical and emotional support the individual person or persons may need. Naapektuhan ba sila sa kaguol, kawad-on nga mawad-an og panginabuhi, o naka-experience ba sila nga naabuso o giabuso? Na ba sila'y kaila o kapamilya nga na ospital nga dili nila pwede makita o mabisita? Second, current situation the person will find themselves in. Naa ba sila sa lockdown, in isolation, quarantined, nag-inusara o kuyog ang isig kapamilya? Pwede sab, nga usa ba sila ka frontliner o pasyente nga naka-recover sa sakit nga COVID? And third, the imagined or realistic risk callers are experiencing. Mga tinuod nga risgo o risgo sa atong panghuna-huna. Mahadlok ba sila nga makatakod sa uban, bisan pa wala sila gipangbati ug nagsunod sila sa unsa ang mando sa gobyerno? Mahadlok nga makatakod sa ilang pamilya nga maoy gisuportahan nila sa matag adlaw nga panginabuhi. Ang sunod nga pagahisgutan nato mao ang pagplano ug maayo sa atong tahas may tungod sa remote PFA. Una, communication channel. Unsa ang angay na gamiton nga paagi sa pag-communicate? Ikaduha, opening hours. Oras o panahon nga pwede ang tao makigstorya. Ikatulo, information dissemination. Pagpakalap sa impormasyon kabahin sa remote PFA. Ikaupat, safety and privacy. Para sa tao ug nato nga naminaw sa tao. Ikalima, ease of communication channels. Tungod sa dili sayon ang papakig-istorya sa tao nga adunay daghang nakasinatian, ang angay gamiton nga paagi sa komunikasyon dapat simple, dali masabtan, ug maghatag og igong panahon ug oras. And 6, referral pathway must be established. Naay mahatag nga ang ngalan sa ahensya o asosasyon nga pwede kapangayuan og dugang giya o tabang emosyonal. Sa pagpakig-istorya kinahanglan, dapat kita nga gikaistorya sa tawo nakaila ug nakabalo sa atong kagalingong kapasidad ug limitasyon sa paghatag sa remote psychological first aid. Dapat sab nakabalo kita kung kanus kita sab manginahanglan og giya ug kung naglisod na ta og nanginahanglan na sabta og laing suporta. Unsaon pagkahibalo kung ang usa ka tawo magul-anon kaayo og naglisod? Unsa ang mga senyales? Tungod sa nata karon sa physical distancing, makita nato ang sinyalis pamaagi sa gipang-post sa social media, pagpalayo sa kagalingon sa ubang tawo, ug dili nang budawat og text, tawag o uban pang klase sa komunikasyon. Unsaon pagtabang sa usa ka tawo nga magul-anon or suffering from anxiety? Una, monitoron ang reaksyon sa tawo. Bantayan ang tono, tubag, ug tingog sa tawo. Kita nga kaistorya angay ka mao mobati sa atong gikaistorya ug dili lamang kay namati lang pero wala sa hunahuna ang pagpamati. Ikaduha, pangutan-a ayaw pagdahom. Kay dili tanan pariha og nakasinatian ug dili sabtanan pariha ang nabati sa nakasinatian. Ikatulo, respetuhon ang tao ug ayaw pugsa ang kagalingon kung dili gusto makigstorya na ang tao. Ikaapat, empathize. Putting yourself on that someone's shoes. Ibutang ang kagalingon sa sitwasyon sa tawo para mas masabtan ang giagian sa tawo ug makabaluta unsay angay tambag ug tabang mahatag nato kaniya. Ikalima, i-reassure taman sa atong makaya, timan-i. Ang pag-react, normal nga responses lang sa abnormal nga sitwasyon. Ikaunom, dapat kabalo mo sabot. Sabton taman sa makaya ang tao, kay ang tumo nga no naghimo ta aning remote PFA, mao ang makatabang pahawas sa gibating kaguol ug kasakit sa tawo. Ikapito, pagpadayag og suporta, help in assessing reliable resources. Tudluan og self-care. Tudluan unsaon pagtubag sa iyang suliran ug makatabang giya niya sa maayong paglantaw sa kaugmaon. Ika-8, i-refer kung kinahanglan sa mas labaw nga ahensya o asosasyon nga mas makatabang dako sa aspeto emosyonal ug mental sa tawo. Hinumduman nato, it's okay not to be okay, because our willingness to look at our darkness is what empowers us to change.
The second action principle of remote PFA is listening or listen. Mao kini ang takna nga kita naminaw or nakig-istorya to someone who needs help or support. Pero before ta mukandak sa conversation, adunay mga butang nga angay nato hinumduman. Una, remember to speak slow, clear, and calm so that you can communicate with empathy and warmth. Second, listen attentively using your ears and your heart. Third, acknowledge feelings and allow them to verbalize their frustrations. Fourth, use open questions like what, where, who, and when in exploring the caller's emotions and frustrations. Fifth, ask one question at a time and avoid interrupting while the caller is still talking. So while nag-istorya ang caller, our main responsibility gyud is maminaw lang gyud ta nila. Sixth, be honest and trustworthy. So be honest about the things that you don't know, or maybe you can say, I don't know, but I will try to find out that for you. 7. Respect the people's right to make their own decisions. 8. Be aware and set aside your own biases and prejudices. So in short, do not be judgmental. Number 9. Make it clear to people that even if they refuse help now, they can still access help in the future. Number 10. Respect privacy and keep the person's story confidential. Your conversation should only be between you and the caller. 11. Behave appropriately by considering the person's culture, age, and gender. Don't exploit your relationship as a helper and do not exaggerate your skills. Remember, don't think or act as if you can solve all the person's problems and concerns. 13. Don't ask the person for any money or favor for helping them. 14. Don't make false promises or give false information. 15. Don't force people and don't be intrusive or pushy. Don't force them to tell you their story. Give them time. Or maybe you can tell them to schedule another call once they are ready to share their emotions. 16. Do not say, you shouldn't feel that way, or you must be lucky because you survived. Remember, do not judge the person for their actions and feelings. Steps in answering a call from someone who needs help or support. First, introduce your name, the organization you belong, and your position. Second, ask how you may be of help. Or pwede ka moingon, unsay akong pwede matabang or unsay akong ikaalagad kanimo. You can also ask his or her name, but you have to respect and accept if the caller wants to be unknown. Number 3, agree on the duration of the call. So, kamong duha, magsabot mo kung pila ka minutes mo mag-storya. Ikaapat, explore the caller's emotions, concerns, and needs. You can ask the sample questions. So, pwede nimo siya mapangutana og ingon ani. Tell me what worries you, or what are the problems you have encountered this past few days? Or, what are your needs and concerns at this moment? Ikalima, listen to emotional and practical needs of the person. 6, acknowledge and help normalize the caller's negative feelings or emotions. You can tell them that it is quite normal to react and be worried in these challenging situations. Or you can tell them that it is normal to feel anxious or stressed, especially with our challenging situations of COVID pandemic. And it is a fact that having an access to correct information and reputable sources may help them calm and feel relaxed. Number 7, ask them what are their ways in coping different situations and feel better. Ask about their coping self-care and stress management. Ask what the person will choose to do and assist the caller to find out things that they can do. So, pwede ka mangutana og ingon ani. What are the things you usually do to ease your feelings of anxiety and weariness? Or unsay mga ginabuhat nimo para makalma ang imong hunahuna ug ang imuhang gibati? Or, you can also say, I can give you suggestions or tips that can help you feel relaxed and calm. Or, na ako'y ikahatag nga suggestions or tips nga makatabang kanimo para makalma ang imong hunahuna ug ang imong gibati nga kaguol. You can encourage positive coping strategies like breathing and relaxation exercise, keeping in touch with friends, colleagues, and families, watch your favorite movies, read your favorite books, listen to music, do Zumba, do gardening, or any available resources that you have at home that you can use to make you feel relaxed and calm. Or plan and uphold a daily routine and create well-being plan or self-care. When we say self-care, it should be paired with discipline and time management. So make sure that your what-to-do list is SMART, meaning specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. So makita nato sa picture, sa left side na atay time. Sa right side na atay what to do. Kay ingani magud ang nahitabo, kung makakita ta sa Facebook na ay mga post nga self-care like gardening, mag-zumba daw ta, mag-exercise para ma-relax ang atong mga huna-huna. Pero we have to do it in a correct way. So dapat na ay self-discipline and time management. So kung tanaw na to sa picture, na siya time ug naa siya what to do. So for example, kani siya is akuha lang ni siya nga what to do list. You can make your own. For example, 7 to 8 a.m. Okay, you prepare food for breakfast. Then 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. you do the household chores. Then 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. you do the paperwork or you make report. And then 10 to 10:30 a.m. diri nimo i-insert ang gitawag nimo self-care or things nga makaparelax nimo. So aning kang dapita mag-zumba or mutan-og movie or maminaw og music. And then mo continue na pod 10:30 to 11:30 you prepare for lunch. Then 12 noon mag-lunch ka. Then 12 to 1 again you do household chores. Then 1 to 3 p.m. you continue doing your paperwork or your report. Then 3 to 4 p.m. diri na sa di-insert nimo ang imuhang mag-zumba ba ka or mag-exercise para ma-relax ang imong kaugalingon or ma-feel calm ka. And then 4 to 5 p.m. you prepare for dinner, then and so on and so forth. So napud tay example para sa mga kabatanunan. So 8 a.m. breakfast, then 9 a.m. take a bath, 9:30 ani ka mag-study or mag-review. And then 10 a.m. para ma-relax ang imuhang kaugalingon, diri nimo i-insert ang imuhang gitawag og self-care. So ang bata pwede nimo siya paduwaon or patanawon og cartoon movies. And then 11 a.m. matabang kas imong mama to do the household chores. 12 noon lunchtime. 1 p.m. pwede ka matug para makarelax ka. 3 p.m. you continue to study or review baka ha. And then 4 p.m. okay, na po kay another thing nga buhaton to make yourself relax. Okay, manalibo kag tanaman or you do gardening. So, self-care is you do things that make you feel calm and relaxed. And at the same time, you can still do your other responsibilities at work and at home. So, makita nato no sa katong mga schedules nga you are productive the whole day and at the same time, dili ka stress. Remember, helping responsibly also means taking care of your own health and well-being. As a helper or as a psychological first aid provider, you may be affected by what you experience in crisis situations, or your family may be directly affected by the event. So it is important to pay extra attention to your own well-being and be sure that you are physically and emotionally able to help others. Take care of yourself so that you can best care for others. I just would like to share my personal thoughts of staying positive amidst these challenging situations. Let go of things nga dili na nato makontrol. Let go of the things nga dili na nato pwede ibalik pa. And stop asking what if, because there are some things in life that are beyond our control. What we can do is we can manage and handle ourselves on how are we going to react on the negative things that comes in our way. Do not be afraid to help and ask help if you need to. Because after all, as the saying goes, no man is an island. Ang ikatulong nga action principle sa remote psychological first aid mao ang gitawag og linking, addressing and identifying needs. Ang pagpakiglambigit, pagsangpit, pagdangop o pagduso aron nga ang tawo nga nagkinahanglan sa imong tabang mas malamdagan pa sa iyang gihambin nga problema. Let's go back to our COVID situation this time. Some of the effects of COVID-19 pandemic are the abuses to adolescents or to intimate partners. Why? Maybe init og ulo ang mga ginikanan ug ang mga bana tungod kay nawad-an og trabaho or naay pinagdaanan. These crises have left many people jobless and hopeless. So, if there are signs of physical, sexual, or emotional maltreatment, you refer. And if referral is needed because of child abuse concerns, involvement of the police or a child protection unit is most likely needed. Children who are affected by a crisis may be at risk of sexual violence, abuse, and exploitation, which tends to be more common in the chaos of large crisis situations, sama aning atong COVID-19 pandemic. In case
Sexual abuse is suspected. Make sure that you are familiar with the procedure. Never link a child without the presence of their parents or his parents, or consent from the parents or other legal guardian that you are going to accompany the child. Make sure that you are aware of the correct first point of referral. It may be the medical services or the police. Because if you do this incorrectly, you may cause difficulties in the case management ahead. Now, when to refer? There are psychological issues or considerations that would leave the PFA provider on a red alert. Diin kinahanglan maghimo siya og referral. First, refer when the person has trouble sleeping, been experiencing insomnia or not been sleeping for many days. Napagid siya nightmares, confused siya, disoriented, that he does not even know his name, where he is from, or what happened, because crisis events disrupt their familiar world. But sometimes it is also the opposite, because the person sleeps too much, tired, and has lack of energy. Okay, so you have to refer that person. Next consideration is you have to refer when the person is so distressed because of extreme fear na siya gikahadlukan that interfere with their daily functioning, nga dili na siya makahimo og atiman sa iyang kaugalingon sa iyang mga anak, dili na siya maligo, and there's a big change in their appetite, not eating or maybe eating too much, dili na mo inom, and no longer able to make simple decisions. Naapoy physical symptoms nga nagpaila nga naa siya'y giagian nga kahadlok, in distress siya. For example, the person is shaking, always complaining of headaches, feeling very tired, loss of appetite, okay, wa siya gana mukaon, and the person has any kind of aches and pains, daghan siya gipamati sa lawas. Or the person keeps on crying and shows extreme sadness. Then another sign is loss of pleasure in his usual activities. Wa na siya gana sa iyang kinabuhi. And then very irritable, and most of the time very quick to anger. Until such time nga mo feel na siya o mo express siya nga worthless siya, wa siya hinungdan, mo hate siya sa iyang kaugalingon, that is a sign. Self-hate and guilt or shame. Example of guilt feelings and self-hate, kining mga survivor of a suicide loss, kanang naay nag-suicide, ang nahabilin ana will experience that feelings, guilt feelings, because this suicide is a death like no other, because its way of grieving is far different. Death by suicide stands with soul-crushing surprise, leaving the family and friends not only grieving the unexpected death, but confused and lost by this haunting loss. And the survivors of suicide loss, ang nahabilin, feel self-blame, as if somehow they feel they were the ones responsible for their loved one's suicide. Plus, there is the stigma pagyud of the society. In their mind, they have these questions. Why did these things happen? I thought she was happy. Why didn't I see the signs? Why didn't I just listen more? Why didn't I just reach out and ask him if he needed some help? Until such time, magsigig balik-balik na ang mga pangutana sa iyong huna-huna. mo feel siya nga worthless siya. Wa siya hinungdan, kay wa siya gikatabang, mo feel siya wala di siya gamit. Maayo pa'y mawala na lang pud siya aning kalibutana. So there is what we call now from self-hate and guilt feelings, mo resulta na hinuon og domino effect of suicide. So kining domino effect of suicide, the victim, the one who fall victim to suicide are not the only ones at risk. Dili lang ang katong ning attempt maoy narisgo. There is a big possibility of one suicide creating a domino effect amongst individuals involved in any way. That is, one suicide can lead to another. So balik ta sa question, why grieving is different? Now, many of these survivors of suicide, kaning nahabilin, will experience the feeling of disappointment that somehow they were not powerful enough to prevent the suicide. So the feelings of anger and rage against their loved one, masuko sila sa katong naghimo sa suicide. Okay? Nganong gibiyaan man kunimo, dili day kunimo pinangga kay nganong imo man ang gibuhat. Okay? These are the unanswerable questions that will linger and will keep on hunting on their minds. The way of grieving is different. Okay? Because the unspeakable sadness about the suicide becomes a circle of never-ending bewilderment, pagkahikugang, pain, and flashbacks. Thus, there is an importance of an appropriate response to those bereaved by suicide. So if you are the PFA provider, refer the person. Now, we have other signs of distress. When the person starts to express extreme worry that something really worse is going to happen. Okay? This reminds me of a famous writer when he said that a sad soul can kill you quicker, far quicker than a germ. Example, kaning too much Facebooking na to. Now, we know that not everything that we can read in Facebook are all reliable information, right? Sometimes, it helps us to take a break from watching, reading, or listening to these unvalidated news stories about COVID in social media. Because hearing about the pandemic repeatedly and keeping watch of the increasing number of positive cases and deaths every day can be very upsetting. So, sometimes it is best for us to unplug ourselves from the constant news cycle in order not to be depressed. Another consideration why we need to refer is if the person shows dramatic change of his behavior. He can no longer be controlled and behaves in an unpredictable or destructive manner. So meaning murag mo action wild na ni siyang tawhana. Another thing, refer if the person talks about hurting or killing himself. Now let us consider the adolescents. Kaning atong mga batanon, kaning atong mga estudyante. Pre-COVID, or before this COVID crisis, we already had serious increase in mental health problems. There is a survey among adolescents between 13 to 17 years old that shows that 11.3% of them have seriously considered suicide. Now, there is also what we call suicide contagion or copycat suicide. Okay? Suicide contagion is an increase in incidence of suicide attempts and completed suicide after ang tao nakakita, na-expose siya og mga suicide incidents sa social media or asa siya nakakita. Or there is a suicide incident gyud sa iyang personal circle. Now, who are susceptible to this suicide contagion or copycat suicide? They are the adolescents. They are our students, our young people. People who also, already struggle with suicidal thoughts. People with existing mental health conditions such as depression, bipolar disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, in relation to COVID crisis, kaning naka-experience ng mga ECQ, mga lockdown, then loss of schools in which our students were not even able to say goodbye to their classmates and friends, canceled school activities, canceled graduation proms, then they lost their contact with their friends because of the stay-at-home policy. The anxiety and the stress of this new normal, okay, new normal modality of the upcoming opening of classes, they all might lead to serious mental health issues and might become the second wave pandemic after this COVID. Okay? God forbid. Therefore, my dear teachers, my dear parents, my dear colleagues of DepEd Bohol Division, let this be our challenge. Let us do our part to prevent this from happening to our younger generation, our children, and our learners. And I reiterate, each one of us can make a difference. Fifth reason why we need to refer is if the person shows signs of dependency on alcohol or drugs. Okay? Unusual niya nga nagsigig kahubog. Bisan dili siya pala hubog sa una. Another is refer if the person has been living with mental disorders or has already been taking medications prior to the situation. Kaya posible matrigger na po ang mental problem aning tawhana because of this new crisis situation. Next is the sad fact that this COVID-19 pandemic is that it may worsen existing medical problems and impact future health. Like, ang problema sa malnutrition. Okay? Problema na tag malnutrition sa una, samtan karon nga wa nay trabaho ang mga ginikanan unsay ipakaon sa ilang mga anak. Okay? Other medical conditions, kidney disease, hypertension, heart ailment, mga communicable diseases. Because children and parents don't go anymore to the health centers to have their children vaccinated or even para ma-check up because access of healthcare became even more difficult this time. Kay because of the quarantine issues, lisod ug sakyanan. And besides, our hospitals have been prepared for COVID. Okay? In the case also of our senior citizens and minors, they were not allowed to go out and do their routine exercises. So, kumusta naman ang ilang mga daan ng gihambin na sakit? So, you still need to link to health services and refer these people when you know that they have been chronically ill and they need proper medical intervention. Then link also, if someone has experienced severe mental health problems in the past and starts to show signs of recurrence, murag tukar, kaya na siya history sa una, karon ning tukar. Like, when the person starts to experience hallucinations or delusions, unsa ilhanan, when you notice that the person will now be creating a new world in his imagination. Na siya bagong kalibutan nga gigama. Tuwa sa iyang bagong kalibutan, murag nasugod na siya katawa-katawa nga bisag siya ra usa. Kay happy siya sa iyang bagong kalibutan. Okay? So refer that person. Next is link if the person experiences prolonged apathy. Okay? Lack of enthusiasm, what nay gana, okay? That the person appears withdrawn and very still. Lugos na mulihok, not moving, not responding to others. or not speaking at all. In short, maghutok-hutok na lang. Now, it is well to remember that not all critical events are critical events to everybody. Ang uban dili madutlan, not stressful for other people. Because every person has his strengths and abilities to help them cope with life's challenges. However, some people are vulnerable and they need extra help. So, this includes children, okay, elderly, katong victims of violence, and those with mental or physical disabilities. But it has been shown that people who feel they have good social support, kana ma-feel nila nga wa sila pasagdi, they cope better than those who feel they were not supported at all. So because of this, connecting linkages, okay, with their loved ones and other social supports make a vital part of this remote psychological first aid. Now, another thing, if a person will let you know that prayer, religious practice, or support from their religious leaders, makatabang niya o dako og ikatabang niya. So what we're going to do is connect this person with his spiritual community. In crisis situations, a person's spiritual or religious beliefs is also very important in helping him through pain and suffering. Will provide meaning and will give a sense of hope. So, be aware and respect the person's religious background. Ug unsay iyang gituuhan, respect. Ask the person what generally helps them to feel better. Encourage them to do things that help them to cope, including spiritual routines that if they mention this, listen respectfully and without judgment, of course, to his spiritual beliefs. Paminawa unsa iyang pagtuo, but take note, do not impose your beliefs or spiritual or religious interpretation of the crisis on that person. Just listen to that person. Now, the question is, asa or kang kinsa man nato dalhon o i-refer nato kining mga tawhana? To what organizations and agencies nga naa sa atong setup, naa sa atong probinsya sa Bohol that are available to support? Okay? First, we have the PNP, or the Philippine National Police. We also have the Mental Health Specialized Services of Pagpakabuhi, paghatag, pagtagad sa kabililhon sa kinabuhi. This is a team of caring and dedicated volunteers working together to promote mental health and well-being. Pwede na to tawagan sa mga numero nga ilang gihatag anytime. We also have the Bohol Suicide Prevention and Emotional Crisis Hotlines. We also have a psychiatrist here in Bohol who offers free tele-counseling appointments for Boholanos. Now, we can also follow Facebook accounts that can give us free daily uplifting quotes that can help the person in one way or the other nga ma-overcome niya ang depression. Then we also have Tarsier 117. Now, for more reliable information, we can also follow the FB account of our very own Governor Artia and the FB account of the provincial government of Bohol. We can also follow for more updates the FB account of the Department of Health and the World Health Organization. And for DepEd Bohol, you can also follow the FB account of the School Health and Nutrition section. We also have the DepEd Tayo Bohol Division. And you can also open the link of DepEd Bohol Core if you want to get more information about COVID. Now, after referring, after nato gi duso ang tao sa laing serbisyo nga mas makatabang kaniya, it's time to end the conversation. Of course, it does not end your health. If appropriate, explain to the person that you are leaving, and if someone else will be helping them or him from that point on, introduce him to that person. If you have linked the person with other services, let him know what to expect and be sure they have the details to follow up. Stay connected. Staying in touch after a crisis or after being discharged from care can make a difference. Studies have shown that the number of suicide deaths goes down when someone follows up with the at-risk person. No matter what your experience has been with the person, you can say goodbye in a positive way by wishing them well. Agree if a follow-up or conversation is needed, and end the call by thanking for the conversation. By connecting linkages, by doing referral, by linking, we don't have, or the person doesn't have to face COVID alone or the crisis alone, because we are in this together. Always remember that a negative response to a crisis are but normal reactions to abnormal situations. Thank you.
Audio Jungle.
It's not the issue. Problema din siya ng
Audio Jungle.
buong Pilipinas, not the NCR alone. So, lalong-lalo na sa mga nasa high school. So, the advantages din naman pagka-online tayo, mas nalilesen yung hardship ng teacher. Kasi, look at the scenario. Nagbibigay tayo ng mga modules. I'm not against of giving module kasi kailangan. Pero kasi kailangan din naman na kahit may module, ay meron pa din tayo mga soft copies of that materials na kahit papano ay natuturuan din natin ng bata ng paggamit ng tamang technology. Like for example, pwede nilang i-copy from their smartphone kung halimbawa nasira yung ating mga module. Kung meron tayong mga soft copy, pwede sa ating Android basahin, pwede sa laptop, sa desktop. And also, yun lang po ang mga a little disadvantages, the internet connection. But again, that internet connection, the braid, the DepEd will help you. Meron mga TV, yan, meron mga binibigay na mga module. So at the end of the day, nagagawa pa rin yung best ng not only the DepEd, because as a teacher, naniniwala ako, ayaw mo na hindi mo maibigay yung best mo rin sa ating mga bata. Also, challenge, but nagagawa natin that challenge is considering na nagagawa pa rin natin ang ating mga best sa pagtutulong. Okay? So, ayan po.
Thank you, Teacher Louie, for weighing the pros and cons of using Google application. So, we'll now have the second question po. And the question came from Mr. Ferdinand Anthony Villaflor from Kanya Marcelo Luna National High School of Cebu Province. And the question is, in mountain areas, how can we utilize the use of Google Classroom in delivering our lesson to learners?
So ayan na nga po yung new changes and features na binibigay ni Google. Kung meron naman po tayong Android, again, pwede tayong mag-download ng Google Classroom. Then, yung Google Classroom na yon, sabi ko nga kanina sa presentation ko, pwede na natin magamit online. Within this year, lalabas na po yan. And kasama po yan ng education workspace fundamental na binibigay. So, ako, nahihirapan din akong makita that yung mga teacher ay pumupunta din sa high area para lang makapag-connect. So, again, ang pinaka-problem pa rin talaga is the internet connection. Pero kapag magagamit na natin ang Google Classroom, madali na lang kasi pwede tayong mag-update ng mga materials. Lahat ng materials na meron tayong soft copy, i-upload natin doon sa classwork kasi meron siyang tinatawag na materials, i-upload mo lahat, then you can assign it to your class. So, pwede kang makapag-create na kahit ilan ang klase mo, then upload that materials for your specific class. So, ayan po ang magagamit, ma-utilize natin na maigi. And also, pwede tayo, kung magpapaquiz tayo, pwedeng gumamit ng Google Forms for that. So, ayan, kung meron tayong presentation, pwede po mga group presentation, pwede tayong gumamit ng Google Slide. So we can use the Google Slide and we can share that slide deck sa ating mga estudyante. So ayan, may-utilize natin. Kailangan lang po aralin natin kasi dapat makita natin yung kahalagahan ng paggamit ng technology. Hindi yan one click ay nandiyan na. We need to learn para mas confident tayo as teacher how to utilize this platform when it comes in teaching and learning. Ganun din po yung Google Classroom. Kahit ako din po, ginagamit ko rin po siya. Tapos nakakatuwa kasi kapag may quiz ka, automatic na makikita mo na ang mga bata ay nakapag-turn in na ng kanilang mga activities. So ikaw, teacher, all you have to do is monitor them. Okay? So ayun po, I hope nasagot ko po yung how to utilize the use of Google Classroom.
Yes, thank you very much, Teacher Ruiz. Our third question is from Sir Raymark I. Benavides from Dr. Jose Laco Salonga High School from Nueva Ecija. So how can we assure the validity and reliability of the answers of our students using this Google Workplace?
Okay. The validity and reliability of the answer of the students. Okay. So, the validity, again, teacher, tayo naman po ang nagbibigay ng ating test. Tayo yung gumagawa ng ating examination. So, while making the examination, nakikita na natin yung validity na binibigay natin sa paggagawa ng quiz. Now, pag gumagamit tayo ng Google Forms, yan, kasi one of the platform na pwede natin magamit sa pagko-quiz is using the Google Forms. So, pag gumagawa tayo ng Google Form, nilalagay natin yung ating mga quiz, doon po nilalagay yung mga questions. So, meron siyang mga different type, let's say about multiple choice, there are a lot of things, mga question type, multiple choice, checkbox, option. The reliability naman, kung ma-check natin, pwede natin makita, let's say halimbawa, ang lahat ng bata ay nag-turn in na after nilang mag-quiz. So ikaw, isi-set mo rin yung setting na dapat ang bata ay isang beses lang siyang magpo-quiz. Kasi pwede nating iset sa setting yon. Again, teacher, tayo pa rin yung magsiset ng setting doon. Hindi porket nakagawa na tayo dun sa Google Form, ay hahayaan na natin. We need to check the limit. Let's say, check the limit to one response at hindi siyang pwedeng mag-edit. Tapos sa Google Form, pwede na rin naman na ilagay nyo na yung tamang sagot para pag-test ng bata, makikita niya na rin yung score. Then after nun, mapifilter na, makikita na natin yung list master skills kasi pag gumamit tayo ng Google Form, pwede tayo mag-create ng new spreadsheet to check kung ano yung mga list, yung mga medyo nahirapan yung bata sa pagkikreate mo ng test or the lesson na binibigay mo. Again, teacher, tayo pa rin yung mag-aayos ng setting at tayo pa rin yung gagawa ng mga exam. So again, ang Google Tools o Google Forms ay nakakatulong lang siya para mapabilis yung ating ginagawa at sa ngayong online, yan talagang ginagamit natin para ma-lessen ang paper. Alangan naman po na magbigay pa tayo ng mga papers, although nakasama din po siya sa module, pero ayan, yan po. proper setting din po. Tsaka i-check kung nakita natin na, let's say, halimbawa sa question, mahina yung bata. So that's the time na papasok tayo para magkaroon tayo ng enhancement. Or, anong tinatawag dyan? We can do another review for that specific question na ibinigay natin. Ayan po.
Thank you so much, Teacher Bowie, for clarifying that to us. Now, we'll be proceed to the third question. And the third question, fourth. Okay, I stood corrected. Fourth question. So the fourth question is from Edward Pascual from Tandok National High School, Camarines Sur. And the question is, what are the qualifications needed to be eligible for the Google certification voucher?
Ayan. Definitely like So again, qualification. The qualification ay dapat alam natin gamit ang mga Google tools, application. Okay. Okay na. Ayan. Google Forms, Slides, Sites, yan po. Digital citizenship. So dapat po, to qualify, alam nyo sa sarili natin na ginagamit natin yung mga tools na to. At sabi nga namin sa mga session na ginaganap namin, ay nagagamit na po talaga ng mga teacher ito. Yan. So tatapusin lang po namin ang batch 3 kasi ito po ay naka-memo. Then after nun, you can email us or i-message na lang po ako para po mabigay ko sa inyong instruction how to qualify. So again, this is for teacher 1 to 3 or yung mga nagtuturo talaga. Yun. So, dahil napapanahon ang pagkuha natin ng Google certification, napapanahon din na dapat i-level up natin ang ating mga sarili sa paggagamit ng different tools and application. That's the time na masa-certify na tayo. All you have to do is email us or PM nyo lang kami. Bibigyan ko na kayo ng instruction how to join this Google certification. Ayan.
Okay, so we are now down to our last question, Teacher Rowie. And this question is from Sir Melvin D. Flores of Salapinao National High School, SDO Dagupan. Is there a syncing process of offline Google Workspace where learners' works are temporarily stored in their device, then will be forwarded when the device is online?
Ayan, thank you for that question. Sabi ko kanina, you can download the Google Drive sa inyong mga laptop, tapos i-store nyo lahat ng mga important files, module, everything. Then, kapag ka naka-connect na siya ng internet, automatic magsisync na po yung process na. Magsisync na po siya. Okay? Kasi di ba pwede naman tayong maglagay na offline doon, store lang natin sa ating mga desktop. Pag-ilantan lahat ng mga halaga, then after noon, pag na-detect niya na ng internet, isi-sync niya na yan. Parang ano po yan sa Google Photos. Di ba pag naka-Android tayo, kapag naka-sync yan, halimbawa offline, tapos nagkuha-kuha kayo ng picture, marami kayong mga picture o video na kinuha sa inyong Android cellphone, matik yan kapag nag-Wi-Fi or na-detect niya ng internet, isi-sync up niya na po yan. And that is the syncing process. Okay? From offline to online. Yan. So, wag po tayong, again, sabi ko nga, dear teacher, wag po tayong matakot mag-explore because everything you need, just Google it. Kung hindi nyo man alam, magluto, anything, i-YouTube nyo lang. Ayan. Matututo na po tayo. Ayan, thank you.
Thank you so much, Teacher Rowie, for answering the questions from our audience and encouraging us to use Google. Nasabi nyo nga po na if you don't know it, Google it. And it's a very strong message na easy ang paggamit ng Google. So I know that you want to know a lot more things, pero we will be pausing for a short break. Kaya po, move, stand up, grab your favorite drink or snack, and you'll have a short break now.
Yes, hello po. So while we are having their break, no, Teacher May, we will be doing the shoutouts po na pinapadala po sa atin ng ating mga teachers. And as well as, ito po ay nationwide. So yung mga selfies ninyo, huwag nyo rin po kalimutan na i-send. So sisimulan ko na Teacher May. So from Teacher Pamela Villanueva po, Bagong Silang High School, lalo na sa Filipino Department and Faculty Club, Dr. Marisa B. Feliciano, Principal at mga Department Heads, Mrs. Mirna Pacheco, Mr. Jovner Alcantara, Mrs. Rowena Armado, Ma'am Bench Nugit. Ayan. And Maria Clara High School Faculty Division of Caloocan, Principal Miss Flora Titiope, Head Mr. Norberto Capati from Gladys Lynn Soriano of MAPI Department.
Okay, shout out din po sa FPO Ormoc City from Paul. Ayan, shout out din po sa shout out po kay Sir Marco, Medranda, SDS Sir Al, ASPS Ma'am Isadel Subayan, CID Chief Ma'am Lloyd Balasa, SGOD Chief Ma'am Gemma Villaluna, at sa Principal po ng Kaungaran High School, Dr. Christina Castillo. At sa lahat po ng teachers na nag-distribute ng USP OTG, ingat po tayo lahat dyan.
Ayun, and also we would like to greet po our teachers from Osnate Elementary School, School Head Eduardo A. Quinto Jr., District Supervisor Dr. Marcelina A. Larroco, SDO Pangasinan 2 from Sir Louis Palabino, teachers of Bolinao Integrated School with their school head Maria Cecilia Balgua, PSDS Ma'am Ruth Kaalaman, SDO 1 Pangasinan, teachers sa Division of Cebu Province, especially sa mga teachers ng Bantayan Island from Teacher Selena Rose, Binabalyan Elementary School, School Head Madam Analisa Del Fiero, Katubig Integrated School from Mark Joseph Caballar and Angelina Sestona, and the National High School from Albert Lazo.
Yes, shout out din po kay Ma'am Joanna Vega Pidot at Amelia Flores po. Shout out din po sa Senior High School Department of Hill Montilla National High School ng SDO Sipalay City, headed by Edna T. Arbon, Assistant Principal 2, with Alea, Jed, Ken, Charles, Jeff, Ryan, Jomer, Lord, Jed, Francis, Janice, and Candy.
Ayun, we also would like to greet Kaligayahan Elementary School with their masipag and butihing school head down na si Sir Joey S. Mansha. Then, Ma'am Charlene Maan M. Operio ng Maypaho Elementary School headed by Mrs. Josefina A. Pelayo.
Okay, pa-shoutout po sa mga kataguluan ng Tala High School, especially to their beloved Principal Dr. Joel D. Salvador and their EST department po. Magandang buhay daw po sa inyo lahat from Sir Jerical Navares.
Also, Eusebio High School, Pasig City with their Principal Annalyn Miranda Macasinan, English department headed by Ma'am Rosana de Guzman. Happy birthday, Ma'am Luisa Torre. Then, that's from Angel Sayabo. Then English department and all department heads and coordinators of Caloocan City Business High School led by Dr. Ivy Perez, OIC Principal and Chief Education Supervisor of SGO in SDO Caloocan. Most especially to Dr. Nerissa Losaria Ceso, 6 SDS SDO Caloocan.
Okay, hello din po kay Ma'am Jean Paula Mercado ng Quinto National Vocational High School, kay Ma'am Cindy ng San Pedro National High School, from your friend daw po kay Ma'am Sherry La Peña.
Ayan, so definitely ang dami pa po nating mga pa-shoutout, medyo nagpa-plan na.
And pa-shoutout din po sa teachers from Regina Ramirez Cruz National High School, Palmi North District, especially to their Principal 3, Sir Robert Cristobal from Sir Marco Manabat. Ganun din po, pa-shoutout din daw po sa mga teachers ng SDO Batangas Province, headed by their school's Division Superintendent, Berthel M. Ibardome, Limeri District teachers headed by their District PSPS, Coach Juani C. Hernandez, Limeri Pilot teachers headed by their dear Principal Maria Teresa T. Karingal. At ang pagbati ko ay galing kay Ma'am Henrich de Matula.
Ayan, so while we are doing the shoutouts po, no, nandyan po sa baba yung link natin na kailangan po natin i-download yung trial version for the Adobe kasi yan po ang next na topic natin.
Gagamitin po natin yan later for our next video.
Yes, so mag-download na po kayo. Then, habang nagda-download po kayo, shoutout po sa Schools Division Superintendent Sir Roy Tobalia, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Sir J. Monteaco, to all our teachers, department heads of Don Pablo Lorenzo Memorial High School with the school principal, Mr. Santos Jefe and Santa Maria PSDS, Sir Joel Marcos, from Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao Department of Don Pablo.
Okay, greetings din daw po kay Sir Joel Bonavia, School Principal ng Cañas Central Elementary School ng Carcar City Division. Okay, hello din daw po sa mga, So hello to Sir Melvin Ovaldo, FEA President, Head Teacher Mrs. Loreline Mignon, and all Araling teachers of Pedro Guevara Memorial National High School in SDO Laguna. Happy birthday po kay Ma'am Maria Teresa Miradura, Master Teacher 2 of Masapag Integrated National High School. Hello po kay Ma'am Victoria Vera and Angeles, to all the teachers of San Roque National High School ng Victoria Laguna. Hello to Sir Kian Wenceslao Sanchez and teachers of Bagong Bayan Elementary School, SDO Laguna. Hello to Sir Gregorio and Titong and his head teacher, Ms. Josephine Basaka, and the rest of Group Mathematicos of Balibago Integrated High School, Santa Rosa City. Hello to Sir Jundi Luna and teachers of Caris SDO Pateros. Shout out din daw po kay Ma'am Grace Belangel Almonte, Jefferson Mabuhos Reyes, Jean Caria, who are watching po. Greetings po yan from Sir Mark Anthony Palocan.
Ayan, shoutout din po sa Zamboanga City High School, Main Division of Zamboanga City, English Department headed by Maria Laura de Lumpinas, and Mapi Department headed by Sir Roman Esperat. Then also, shout out din po sa Pulong Masle National High School to their principal, Ma'am Shena Panganiban, and buong SDO Pampanga. So that's from teacher broadcaster, Ma'am Lynn Escoto.
Okay, shout out din po to all the teachers and staff of Solano High School, SDO Nueva Vizcaya, headed by Sir Victor De Leon. Ganun din po, no, shout out din po sa executive producer, Sir Aldrin Carangala, Jenny Fontana ng Southville 6 Elementary School, Mark Anthony Paunlagi ng Ibaret Elementary School, Jean Rose Lantojos ng Tiani Elementary School, and hello po sa SDO Makati Rizal Elementary School, headed by Mrs. Corazon Kakulitan, and especially po sa grade 5 teachers nila.
And shoutout din po sa Kaligayahan Elementary School, sa kanilang masipag and budhing school head na si Sir Joey S. Mancia, and San Gregorio Elementary School with their principal Ligna L. Roa, Santa Rosa North Annex, PSDS Agnes R. Reyes, and also to Caloocan National Science and Technology High School headed by the principal, Ma'am Presi Katanawan, and sa Language Department headed by Ma'am Vilma Del Mundo and Sir Michael Serelia from Sir Ronel Agoncillo po.
Okay, alam ko po na medyo matagal pa ang pag-download ng app po, so let's have the greetings po. So hello po sa mga teachers and officials from SDO Muntinlupa, SDS Dr. Benito C. Idanan, supervisors, Principal MNHSTA Dr. Adote Rodin, Principal MNHS Main Dr. Antonio Rocha, Kupang Elementary School, and to all the principals and teachers of SDO Muntinlupa. Hello din po no sa mga hello din po sa SDS ng Laguna, Dr. Marites Ebanez, EPS of Math, si Ma'am Judith Clemente, EPS of English, Ma'am Irma Valenzuela, EPS of Kinder, Ma'am Liz Valdelon, EPS ng AP, Ma'am Lucy Pagalanan, District Supervisor, Ma'am Gina Linfeo, Principals, Ma'am Edel Artillero, Ma'am Maribeth Sotomayor, Ma'am Brenda Orera, and belated happy birthday daw po kay Ma'am Amor Nazarea.
Okay, and also shout out po sa TV Agro Industrial School of SDO Albay and SDS Ma'am Cecil Caranda, ASDS Ma'am Buena Fe Sabado, to their dear principal Sir Vito Menote, and the teachers po of SLES and SDO San Juan City.
Okay, pa-shout out din po sa Mandawi City Division, lalo na sa principal po at sa malulupit na production team ng Tres Atlanta Studio po, our production head, Sir JP, Direct Kat, Direct Joan, Ma'am Gladys, at sa mga pogi po na at pogi nilang technical team. Pa-shoutout din po sa masipag na guro ng Pagsabungan Elementary School at sa kanilang napakagaling na principal, Ma'am Gemma Tahara.
Ayan, and also shoutout po sa Caloocan High School Faculty, STA Faculty Team Basta Masaya, English Department Head Mr. Edgardo Lopez, Principal Dr. Juanito Victoria from Princess Warlene Moyo. Also shoutout po sa School ICTs of Bawang North District, Ma'am Michelle Calica, Ma'am Vicky Tedes, Ma'am Selma Doble, Ma'am Amelia Flores, Ma'am Ana Dupusin, Ma'am Charmaine Pelica, Ma'am Belen Nonesa, Ma'am Gina Nonan, Ma'am Lorena Dusin, Ma'am Mira Ramos, Ma'am Priscilla Enate, Ma'am Angelica Celso.
Okay, hello po sa mga teachers sa Upper La Perian Elementary School, Ramon Magsaysay District, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, Region 9, Ma'am Nenji Untilla, Itang at Ma'am Mary G. Untilla Mori, na kahit nagkakaroon po sila ng connection difficulty, they still managed to participate sa INSET. Hello din daw po sa mga teachers from Barreta National High School, Olongapo City. Greetings po yan from Sir Adrian Cobardo.
Okay, also we would like to greet SDO Mabalacat, SDS Sir Erickson Sabacat, SDO San Jose Nueva Ecija, SDS Ma'am Johanna Herbacio, SDO Nueva Ecija Sir Jesse D. Ferrer, and SDO Tarlac, Sir Ronaldo Poson from the Educational Technology Unit. Also, shout out po sa Lagha Elementary School Extension Division of San Carlos City, Negros Occidental, with their school head Maricar, Domicilio, PSDS Daisy Lapitan, and SDS Anthony Leobet.
Okay, hello po sa mga ITO District ICT Coordinators, School ICT Coordinators, at co-teachers natin po sa buong Pilipinas na tumutulong sa mga co-teachers po natin para maka-access sa LMS at makakuha ng certificate. Maraming salamat po from PTU.
Ayan, also shout out po sa Santa Cruz Elementary School sa Cavite City.
Yes, pa-shoutout din po sa Magdalena Integrated National High School Division of Laguna, Dr. Evelyn Hoxton, PSDS, Dr. Ruby P. Castillo, Principal 1 from Sir Rudolph.
Ayan, shoutout din po sa Hill Montilla National High School ng SDOC Palay City, headed by Sir Renato Claro and Edna Arbon, and sa mga teachers daw po na masayang nakikinig. Tapos, Teacher May, we also would like to ask po yung mga teachers po na nagpapa-shoutout kasi medyo nagpa-flood po sa mga messenger namin dalawa ni Teacher May. So we encourage na lahat po ng mga shoutout sa inyo, pakisend na lang po sa ating comment section dyan sa baba.
Yes.
Yan po. Tapos, another thing is, huwag niyo pong kalimutan gamitin yung hashtag virtual INSET Day 3 para madali po namin siya mahanap din. As much as possible, isa-shoutout po natin lahat kasi medyo nagpa-flood din.
Sobrang dami po talaga kasi.
Opo, so natatabunan kasi. Kaya po, don't forget po yung mga pa-shoutout po natin. I-comment na lang po natin dito sa ating mga pages. Yes. So pwede sa YouTube channel natin or sa Facebook page. As of now, we are reaching 103,000 viewers nationwide.
And live viewers yan, kakapatid. Ganun ka-expansive ang ating reach sa buong Pilipinas. Ulitin po natin, maraming salamat teachers for your effort in supporting us in our INSET.
Ayan. So shout out po sa mga regional IT officers and IT officers of district ICT coordinators, school ICT coordinators, and co-teachers sa buong Pilipinas na tumutulong sa mga teachers para ma-access yung mga LMS at makakuha ng certificate. Maraming salamat po. Sila yung tumutulong sa ating Teacher May para as much as possible. Mapag-lingkuran natin lahat. Ayan.
Okay.
So we're going to start our next session at 10:40. We are just waiting for our speaker if he's okay. Ayan.
Pero we would like to check sa audience natin if they have already downloaded yung application na we flashed doon sa link na nasa
those po na mga teachers na nagtatanong kung may bayad yan, of course, it's trial version lang po yan. It's for free. So, pwede nyo na po yan i-download para makasabay po kayo sa ating training. Okay, so we'll now have the bio note of our speaker. Ayan. So habang inaantay natin yung bio note.
Yes, habang hinihintay ang bio note ng ating next speaker, it's nice to know that there will be a workshop that will teach us how to do poster designs. Kasi importante nga when we flash announcements, when we flash information in our virtual classroom, aesthetically naman ang presentation, diba? Kasi mas napansin at mas nabibigyan ng attention kung yung mismong presentation ng information ay napaka-aesthetic at napakaganda.
Yes, kaya naman po, we are encouraging everyone kasi usually kapag sinabi natin Adobe, parang natatakot sila, no? Oo, pero definitely gagawin po natin madali yan. And pasingitin ko lang to, Teacher May, shout out po kay Ma'am Jessica Layong ng Occidental Mindoro National High School, SDO Occidental Mindoro, pa-shout out po sa mga teachers ng OMNHS, lalong-lalo na daw po dun sa mga English teachers. Fan na fan ko na daw sila. Ay, hello po! Ayan, so actually, alam mo, Teacher May, nakakatuwa kapag pumupunta kami sa mga SDO. Tapos, yung mga teachers na nandun, although yung iba naka-work from home, makikita mo pumupunta sa mga schools, tapos nag-aayos ng mga module. So definitely, sana one of these days, ma-meet po namin talaga.
Yes, ibang klase po ang dedication ng mga teachers, lalo na yung pagsusort ng modules, pag-aayos ng modules, and especially in a bottom na talagang they are exerting their efforts to distribute USBO tips. So lahat po ng mga nabotos teachers, mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Okay. So definitely, we are now going to present to you our next speaker. Our next speaker is one of the EdTech specialists of the ICTS EdTech unit from the division of Lapu-Lapu City, Region 7, Central Visayas. He is a Microsoft Ambassador of the Philippines and a Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert, Philippine Representative to Educators Exchange, Budapest, Hungary in 2016. He has always been a sought speaker in the division, region, and national trainings and workshops like that of the ICT literacy, teaching technology, Office 365 empowerment and remote teaching and learning, especially this time of pandemic for teaching and non-teaching personnel. With an enormous capacity for hard work, though he is not a graduate of any IT program, nor he is an IT teacher, he achieves great things in the field of ICT integration. Listed below are his accomplishments. Won as Best ICT Innovation for Governance during the first regional ICT Summit in 2017, author of ICT Learning Action Set or ICT activity cards published in DepEd LRMDS in 2018, and of Energy Education Flashcards 2017 of One Meralco Foundation and Coalition for Better Education. He also won as Best Research Display during the first Regional Research Summit in 2018. Presented research paper in international conferences like Belta or the Malaysian English Language Teaching Association Meta in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia in 2015.
All right. So as a correction for our speaker for today, it's from Bohol.
Wow,
So he is a pride of that place. Now we'll be going to the next details from his bio note. He won as the most outstanding innovative teacher during the first Mega Cebu Teachers Competition in 2014 by DepEd Coalition for Better Education or CDE and Avoid Peace Foundation RAFI. He is also an Ulirang Guro ng Visayas and Ulirang Guro ng Region 7 by Manila Teachers Association awarded in 2017. He is also awarded as the most outstanding junior high school teacher in Region 7 in 2018 and the most outstanding junior high school teacher in Lapu-Lapu City Division in 2018. He is also a Philippine representative in the World Robot Olympiad Friendship Invitational in 2018 and in APEC Education Forum through DepEd International Cooperation Office in Seoul, South Korea in 2020. He is also a Microsoft Certified Educator, a Microsoft Education Ambassador, and Microsoft Innovative Education Expert and Fellow. He is also a Microsoft Innovative Educator Master Trainer and Google Certified Educator. He completed his master's degree in University of the Philippines, Cebu in 2017. He has been teaching for more than 11 years. His teaching principle is, he never minds if success doesn't always translate into financial rewards, but invariably satisfies his need to impart his wisdom to others for the glory of God, who is his greatest, who is his Lord and personal Savior, the greatest master teacher of all. Our dear teachers, we are humbled to present to you our next speaker for the AM session, Sir Glenn L. Coriano.
Hello po, Sir Jeff, Teacher May, narinig niyo po ba ako?
Hi, Sir Glenn.
Narinig niyo po ba ako, ma'am? Sir Jeff?
Yes po, loud and clear, Sir Glenn. Go ahead.
Alright, so good morning po. Sa lahat po ng mga guro po na nanonood po ngayon sa live po natin via Facebook at saka sa YouTube channel po natin sa DepEd. So for information of everybody po, nasa 5 destinations po ang ating live ngayon. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so My topic po this morning is about Adobe Photoshop in poster designing. So, bakit po kailangan po natin na gamitin po yung Adobe Photoshop in poster designing? So, ang dami naman pong software na nag-offer sa atin na parang mayroon na pong ready-made template po na doon na po tayo magdi-design. So, kailangan natin ng Adobe Photoshop for poster designing kasi dapat nating malaman na kung paano i-apply po yung manual applications.
Yes, Sir Glenn. No, we have to take a moment from you, no, kasi we have to fix some technical issues in your side. Kaya po, nakakapilitay natin na umayos ang side ni Sir Glenn Horanyo. Let us talk about, no, ano ba ang mga ini-expect natin dun sa talk ni Sir?
Well, actually, kapag sinabi kasi natin na Adobe, number one na ina-expect natin dyan is Photoshop.
Or pang pro.
Yes,
diba?
pang pro talaga. And since yung mga teachers natin will be using the trial version, we also would like to inform you po no, that the Department of Education has provided Adobe accounts din.
Yes.
Kasi ako, I'm one of the ICT coordinators kasi in our school. So naka-receive ako niya ng full package talaga. Wherein, katulad niya nung sinabi ni Sir Neil kahapon, yung Adobe na After Effects, yun yung isa sa mga pwede mong magamit.
Yes. No? Kaya napaka-helpful ng applications na matutunan natin in the classroom kasi hindi lang siya pang photography or pang professional media person, pwede rin siyang gamitin sa ating mga classroom. And it astounds us that we can use this application sa ating pagtuturo kasi hindi lang pala ito pang media people or pang creative people. We can still use it as teachers ourselves.
Yes, and as well as sa video editing, katulad po ng ginagamit ni Sir Neil, you can also use the Adobe Premiere Pro. Ayan, so you can just ask po yung inyong mga ICT coordinators and as well as yung mga ITOs po ninyo para po matulungan din kayo kung paano kayo magkaroon ng mga full version yan. And I'm sure yung mga teachers naman natin from different regions and divisions are very much willing to share yung knowledge nila para at least magkaroon po tayo ng full access. But for now, okay na po tayo for the trial version.
Okay, so I hope teachers na download na natin yung application na gagamitin natin with Sir Glenn Horiano. And I believe and I am expecting no, na mag-e-enjoy ang ating mga teachers no, with him, with Sir Glenn Horiano. So let's check if he is okay on the side. So medyo nagkakaroon po ng technical difficulty. But sir, can we proceed to some shout out from our dear teachers?
Ayan, sige po. So magkaroon po tayo ng mga konting pa-shoutout habang hinahantay. So, hello daw po kay Sir Randy Binag ng Bagong Silang High School.
Yes po, hello din po from SDO Tapat, Western Bicutan National High School Faculty, AP Department po, Dr. Rhea Maliana Cruz, Principal po ng school nila and their supervisor, Sir Ferdinand Pagaw. Hello po sa inyo, mga taga-SDO Tapat.
We also would like to greet the TechVoc President, si Binibining Joby daw po from Sir Eric James Pagyo, and shout out sa lahat ng teachers ng Las Piñas City Technical Vocational High School headed by Mrs. Vilma G. Ebano.
Yes, shout out din po sa lahat ng departments and department heads ng Kaunlaran High School, especially po sa English Department headed by Ma'am Maria Belma Pisongali.
Also, to Ma'am Lorna Casanyas of Parañaque Elementary Central School, it's Parañaque Elementary School Central, and also to Ma'am Jazz Badar, Rose Bison, Ma'am Alicia Cantillo from Lydia Aguilar National High School. Also, shout out po to my wife, Ma'am Riza Sevilla, kasalukuyang nasa bahay namin, Ma'am Cita Mendoza, Ma'am Berlinia Magnata, and sa lahat po ng teachers sa Filipino Department sa Las Piñas National High School, Maine.
Hello po. Hello din po sa mga fellow teachers, Mr. Nico Capote, sa Valeriano Cogosa Memorial High School, SDO Manila. Okay. Hello din po no sa mga teachers po ng Navotas City na ongoing ang pag-distribute ng modules and USO teaching. Ulitin ko lang po, stay safe teachers no and always be on guard with your health.
Yes. Shout out din po kay Ma'am Heidi and Sir Brian Ruiz of SDO Muntinlupa, and greetings to all the teachers of Amadeo National High School, especially the MAPE Department headed by Mrs. Cristina Villanueva, greetings from Ma'am MC Calzaren of National Teacher Broadcaster of Amadeo National High School.
Okay, hello din po sa SDO Laguna High District Suba Elementary School, Ma'am Rochelle Pagtananan, Ma'am Bel Robiales, Sir Rio Salazar, Ma'am Ronnie Nombrado, Principal, Dr. Emma E. Carillo, PSPS, Dr. Gisela I. Pinat.
Yan. Okay, so I guess ready na po si Sir Den, and I think we can have him back.
At excited po kami na makinig kay Sir Den Horiano. Take note po na si Sir Den ay remote, kaya po we are checking the internet issues and technical issues po on his side. Pero wag po kayo mag-alala na kahit na we are confronting these issues, talaga pong ipupush namin at i-exert namin lahat ng effort to have his session for this morning.
Ayan, so while waiting po, no, we also would like to remind you na mag-download na po kayo ng application. I think the link is already posted there below. Then, halimbawa po, nag-hands-on activity na tayo mamaya with Sir Glenn. Huwag po kayong mataranta kung hindi kayo makakasabay. Okay lang po yan na naka-on yung laptop nyo or computers niyo, then you're doing it. Yes. Pero mas advisable po if you have your ball pen and your paper with you para at least makapag-take down notes po tayo ng mga kahit keywords lang. Para po pag nag-team replay po tayo while we are doing the hands-on activity, guided pa rin po tayo.
Parang nakita ko sir sa isang video na sa pumputos ng INSET, ang talagang naka-emphasize ay mag-notes. So kung meron tayong mga applications na we will be using for the first time, it's very important na we make notes kasi we cannot really memorize or we cannot really put all the information here. At habang hinihintay ang ating speaker of the day, pwede rin po tayong mag-tour na kapag-download ng Photoshop, i-open na yung application para pagbukas ng application with Sir Glenn, hindi na kayo na-overwhelm. Kasi parang I believe marami siya ang mga commands and icons sa Adobe Photoshop. So maganda po na i-explore na natin. Pwede siguro tayong mag-google ng konti kung meron tayong mga nahihirapan ng parts ng Adobe Photoshop para hindi na masyadong malaki yung anxiety natin if it's your first time to use Adobe Photoshop.
Yes, kaya naman po, while we are still waiting, magpapa-shoutout po tayo sa Pulang Lupa Elementary School kay Ma'am Jamel Cain. Ayan, so good morning po. Then mamaya po, since talagang sobrang overwhelming na yung mga shoutout natin, Teacher May, sakripisyo na natin ang ating lunch. So mamaya po during lunch break, siguro magkakaroon na kami ng 30 minutes break ni Teacher May. Then babalik kami kaagad para makabasa po tayo ng mga shoutouts natin. Because we are on the third day, huwag po kalimutan ng ating hashtag virtual INSET day 3.
At napakagaling kasi kahit day 3 na, kalagitnaan ng ating INSET, bumubuhos pa rin yung warm support ng mga teachers namin. Grabe po yung pag-flood ng photos, yung mga pa-shoutouts. So, ganun nararamdaman namin kung gaano po ka-warm ang inyong support sa virtual teacher. Kahit hindi tayo nagkikita ng personal po, sa inyong mga tahanan, sa harap ng inyong mga gadgets, ay nararamdaman namin kung gaano po ninyo sinusuportahan kami dito sa central office. So, sisingit ko lang po na pagbati po sa lahat ng teachers, school staff, and admin ng Tangos National High School with their dear Principal po, Sir Olivar Cruz, teachers and department heads sa mga naging teacher ko po dyan sa Tangos National High School. Hello po sa inyong lahat.
Ayan, so shoutout din po sa Pugadlawin High School from SDO Quezon City headed by Abelor Daliza G. Dulao. Greetings from Ma'am Jenny Muello and the Registrar family.
Okay, hello din po sa mga teachers ng Gregorio del Pilar Elementary School, master teachers and school head Mrs. Maria S. Morris, PSDS Mrs. Dolita Labago, Mr. Teofilo Nombaba, Dr. Rose Araza Mendez, Division of Manila SDS Ma'am Magdalena. Hello po sa inyo lahat saan.
Ayan, then shoutout din po kay Ma'am Mirna Ramos, Principal of Santa Cruz National High School, Santa Cruz Occidental, Mindoro.
Okay, pa-shoutout din po sa mga high school teachers, especially dyan po kay Ma'am Seri Lauron with School Principal Sir Arnold Tagalog of La Feria National High School at sa PSDS po nila kay Dr. Jessie Tanola ng Tukuran West District SDO Zamboanga del Sur. And I think Sir Glenn is very much ready. Talagang naghintay ang lahat. Much awaited presenter po ito si Sir Glenn. Sir Glenn?
Hello po.
Hello po.
Yes, loud and clear po, Sir Glenn.
Hello po Sir Jeff, Ma'am May, pasensya na po, nagkaroon po tayo ng technical problem po.
No worries, sir. Okay lang po.
So, naka-full screen na po ba tayo?
Yes po. Hinga lang po sir, relax. And I know you will be having a good presentation.
Okay, so thank you very much po for waiting po sa lahat po ng mga teachers natin. Salute po ako sa inyo sa taos-puso niyong pagtanggap sa ating program ng Educational Technology Unit. Okay, so babalikan ko lang po bakit po tayo gumagamit ng Adobe Photoshop in poster designing. Kasi po, para po malaman po natin kung paano i-apply po yung manual manipulations of image po ng ating poster or flyers. Okay? So, ito pa isang munang introduction kasi magkaroon po tayo ng more runs po in the future. This coming April, magkaroon po tayo ng program or mag-start na po yung project natin sa Adobe systems. Okay, so here are our objectives. Number 1 po, learn the basic of Adobe Photoshop. So, kailangan po natin na malaman po kung ano po yung pinaka-basic ni Adobe Photoshop. Okay? Before tayo maging expert or nandun tayo sa expert mode, kailangan tayo dumaan sa basic po muna. Second po na objectives po natin is identify Photoshop interface and features. So, ito po yung kinakailangan po na gagawin natin. I-familiarize po natin yung environment ni Adobe Photoshop. So we are going to identify the interface and the features of Photoshop. Number 3 po is learn how to apply brushes and effects on the image. Okay, so later on, when in our demonstration, so ipapakita ko sa inyo kung ano bang kahalagahan ng brushes, ano bang kahalagahan ng effects on that particular image. And the last po na objectives po natin is learn the image resolution, image size, and the image file format. So, napaka-importante po na malaman po natin yung resolutions of our image. Kasi po, si Adobe Photoshop po, ito po ay raster po. Raster image po siya. Okay? So, magmanipula po tayo ng image po. Okay? And i-form po natin through layers. So our goal po in this session is to create our own school-based INSET from scratch. Okay, so from scratch po talaga. So tayo po talaga yung magkikreate ng sarili po nating poster. So create your own school-based INSET poster. So yan po yung pinaka-goal po natin dito. Okay, so you can download the trial versions of Photoshop in the link below. So I know that hindi naman po tayo lahat ay may license na account in Adobe. So kaya nga we can download the trial version. So yun na po yung link na pina-flash po kanina. So I hope po na naka-download na po kayo at nakapag-install para masabayan po yung demonstration ko mamaya. Okay? So before we get dive on the Adobe Photoshop interface, so intro lang muna, kilalanin muna natin si Adobe. So what is Photoshop? So Photoshop is the predominant photo editing manipulation software in the market. Okay? Kasi almost all the industries are using this kind of application. So in photo editing manipulation. So mamanipula po natin lahat ng image dito sa Adobe Photoshop. Okay? Kasi pwede naman natin gawin dito yung mga magic sa Adobe. So since Adobe Photoshop caters, it is widely used for image editing, retouching, creating image compositions, website mockups, and adding effects. So ito po yung sa demonstration natin, makikita natin mamaya kung paano po yun i-apply. So yun po yung purpose ng Adobe. So paano tayo mag-retouch ng image, tanggalin kung may dapat tanggalin, mag-add po tayo kung ano po yung dapat i-add po or enhance po sa picture po natin. So yan po. So here are some of the poster project in EdTech unit for our My TikTok session. So ito po yun, ipapakita ko po sa inyo. Yan po. So, ako po yung gumawa ng mga template poster natin sa ating session sa EdTech. So, nanggaling po yan sa Scratch. So, may other po na pictures po na ini-integrate ko dyan. Ini-include po ko po sa mga layers po dyan like brushes and some other images. Okay? So, ito na po yun. So, kailangan po natin dumaan sa principle of designing in designing a particular poster. So, number 1, so ito po yun. May 6 po tayo na principles of designing. So, number 1, emphasis. 2 is balance and alignment. Number 3, contrast. Number 4, repetition. Number 5, proportion. And number 6 is white space. So the principles of designs or rules of a particular designer must follow to create an effective and attractive composition. So talaga, ito po talaga yung ipa-follow po natin para ma-achieve po natin yung ating hinihingi na maganda po yung result ng ating poster. So kailangan po natin alam ang principles in designing. Napaka-importante po yun. So number 1 is the emphasis. So kailangan mag-isip tayo. So tanungin natin yung sarili natin. For example, we design a poster for the coming concert. So pag may concert, pag may mag-design po tayo ng poster for concert, tanungin natin kung ano ba yung mga details po na dapat ilagay sa poster. So ano po yung mga details? Anong kailangan ng mga audience na dapat malaman sa poster na yan? Okay, so number 1, siguro, name of the band. So, kailangan ilagay natin yung name of the band. Number 2, saan po yung venue? Number 3, ano po yung amount? Okay? So, yan po yung mga details na kailangan ilagay sa poster. So, yun po ang lagyan natin ng emphasis yung ating poster design. Okay? So, yun po yung sample. Number 2 po is the balance and alignment. So kailangan na may balance at saka alignment. Hindi dapat makipagsiksikan po yung ibang elements. Okay? So kailangan na i-balance po yun natin ang alignment at saka yung distance ng bawat element sa ating canvas area. Okay? So yun po. Number 3 is the contrast. So, yung contrast natin is we will focus on the background and the relationships of background significantly on the other elements or other images. Okay? So, halimbawa, pag dark po yung background natin, pag dark po yung image natin, okay, yung subject dapat more brightness po yung background natin. So, hindi po pwede yung dark po yung image at saka lagyan rin natin ng dark na background. So, dapat contrast po siya. Okay? Work harmoniously po yung color natin para maganda po ang dating. So, number 4 is the repetition. So, we are going to limit the typeface or 2 strong colors. So, in Adobe Photoshop, kailangan po natin i-limit yung typefaces po natin at saka yung 2 to 3 strong colors. So, hindi po pwede na ang dami pong colors na ilagay po natin sa ating posters if we are going to follow the rule of the principles of the design. Okay? So, kailangan limit lang po tayo ng 2 to 3 strong colors po ng ating design para maganda po siya. The number 5 is the proportion. So proportion can be achieved only if all elements of your design are well sized and thoroughly placed. So ang focus natin dito sa proportion is yung logo, halimbawa yung brand po natin. So kahapon sinabi ni Sir Neil na maglagay tayo ng logo ng DepEd. Okay? So sa poster, kung ang dami pong logo na ilagay po natin sa itaas, dapat proportionate po yung dating. Equal po yung distance at saka yung laki po ng logo ng ating poster. Okay? At saka yung panghuli po is it is better po na lagyan po natin ng white space or white area po ng ating poster. So yun po yung suggestions ko sa poster po ninyo. Well, anyways, this is basic naman po yung poster na presentations po natin. Okay? So let's start with Adobe Interface. So ito po yung malaman po ninyo sa Adobe Interface. Number 1 po is the document window. So document window is the main area where we can view or edit our image. So ito po yung document window natin. Ito po yung tatawag natin na document window. Okay? Question, sir, bakit po siya tinatawag na document window? Hindi naman siya document. Adobe Photoshop naman po siya. Okay? Tinatawag po siya na document window kasi by default po, ang saving po natin ni Adobe Photoshop is PSD. Yan po ay tinatawag na PSD. Photoshop document. Kaya po tinatawag po siya na document window. Okay? Yun. So ito po yung tatawag natin na document window. Yung makikita po natin. Alright. Next is the toolbar. Okay? Toolbar displays Photoshop essential tools. Okay? So ito po yung toolbars natin. So it displays Photoshop essential tools. Yan po yung pinaka-importante or mga importanteng tools po ni Adobe Photoshop. Okay? So later on, I will introduce basic tools, mga 4 na tools or 5 tools na magagamit po natin in poster designing. Kasi basic naman po siya. So nandiyan na po lahat ng tools sa toolbar po natin ni Photoshop. Okay? Next is number 3 is yung po yung tinatawag natin na options bar. Okay? Bakit po siya tinatawag na options bar? Displays option of tools we selected. So halimbawa, if we are going to click tools here on the left side of our interface, pag pumili tayo ng tools dito, automatically sa options bar natin dito sa itaas, lumabas po yung sarili niya pong options na tools. So sa itaas po yung options bar po natin. Okay? So yan po yung options bar natin. Number 4 is ito po yung tinatawag natin na menu bar. Mayroon po siyang sariling menu bar yung Adobe Photoshop. So along the top of the interface holds all sorts of options and commands. So sa lahat po ng commands ng Adobe Photoshop, nandoon po siya sa itaas. Yun po ay tinatawag natin na menu bar. Okay? So may file, may edit, may view, windows, okay? So, and other menus na nandoon po sa itaas po ng ating Photoshop. So, ito po yun. Yan po yung menu bar. Next po is yung panel area. So, yung panel area po natin, along the right is where we find use of many panels. So, this one, yan po yung tinatawag natin na panels or panel area. Meron tayong color panels, meron tayong layer panels. Okay? So, yun po yung mga panels po natin ni Adobe Photoshop. Yan po yung titigan po natin mamaya sa demonstration. Napaka-importante po yan. Next is the number 6 is document tab. So, saan po yung document tab, sir? Display the file name of the file type. So, ito po yun. So, sa Microsoft Office, yan po yung tinatawag natin na title bar. It displays the title of our document. Okay? Yan. So, dito is, yan po yung document tab. Display the file name of the file type. So, yan po yung document tab. Next is zoom level status bar. Display more information about image you click. So, dito po sa ibaba, ito po yung tinatawag natin na zoom level status bar. Okay? Ito po yung tinatawag natin na zoom level status bar. Right. So, yun lang po yung presentation ko sa PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so let's move to the demonstration po on the basic poster designing. Okay? So, mag-stop sharing muna ako. Hello po, Sir Jeff. Demonstration na tayo. Mag-open ako ng Adobe Photoshop presentation.
Okay, no, Sir Glenn, medyo itakat ka po namin. We will just fix some technical issues po ulit. Pero don't worry, sir, it doesn't mean na yung ating presentation po ay hindi naman maganda. It really runs so well.
Yes, usually nangyayari talaga yung mga ganyan, Teacher May. No? Even nga sa classroom natin, kapag nakaready na yung PowerPoint presentation natin, then all of a sudden, di ba, biglang nagkakaroon ng mga ganyan. So, I think we're actually done with the presentation. Tama po, Sir Glenn?
Yes po, done na po tayo sa presentation. So, I am now preparing to run my Adobe Photoshop for demonstration. So, shout out muna ako, Sir Jeff and Mami.
Sige po, sir.
Sige po.
Okay, so shout out po sa aming Regional Director, sa Luciano Jimenez po. Dr. Cristo Toico, our Assistant Regional Director, Ma'am Jeneline Hagdon, our Regional IT Officer, at sa lahat po ng ITOs po in the Region 7 po na tumutulong sa DepEd Commons po na activations. Okay? Shout out rin po sa aming SDS, Dr. Bianito Dagatan, our Assistant School Division Superintendents, Dr. Danilo Gudilusaw, Dr. Faustino Turadio, our Curriculum and Implementation Division's Chief, Dr. Carmila Restificar, our ITO, Dina Florence Talan, and to all the EPS, principals, PSDSS ng Bohol Divisions po. Good morning po sa inyo, ma'am, sir. Sa mga kasamahan ko rin po sa San Jose National High School Talibon faculty and staff with our principal, Dr. Marcela Bautista. Good morning, ma'am. And to all the members of Task Force ICT Platform, Task Force ICT Infrastructure, and Task Force CLEP, editors and writers. Okay, so yun lang po, Sir Jeff.
Sir Glenn. Ayan, okay. So, Sir Glenn, we will be giving you 5 questions that are coming from our audience. So, habang inaantay po natin yung mga questions na ipapadala.
Yes, kasi alam ko marami po kayong gustong itanong kay Sir Glenn about Adobe Photoshop.
Yan. So, if ever po na walang pumasok, we'll be doing some shoutouts po muna, Sir Glenn. No? Then, babalikan po namin kayo. We'll just give time sa ating mga teachers para po makapag-entertain po tayo ng mga questions. So, we'll be providing the link. Ayan po. So, nandiyan po yung link sa baba. Then, later on, we will proceed with your hands-on activity. Tama po, Sir Glenn?
Opo. Excited po kami, Sir Glenn, to see your hands-on activity.
Or are you ready, Sir Glenn, for the hands-on activity para magawa muna natin siya. Then later on, we'll have the questions.
Loading pa po, sir. Shout out muna, sir. Sandali lang po.
Okay, sige. So we'll be doing some shoutouts po muna. Then babalikan po namin kayo, Sir Glenn.
Okay, so shout out po sa kay Ma'am LVI Cabalho, Principal po yan ni Ma'am Rubeline Cabardo Pastrano, Principal of Science and Technology Education Center, PSDS Rebecca Torin, at SDS Dr. Wilfreda Bocalos, SDO Lapu-Lapu City, Dr. Celestiano Jimenez, Director 4 of Region 7. Very supportive daw sila, Sir Jeff, sa ating mga programs, lalo na sa Ecolite.
Wow, thank you very much po. And shout out din po sa SEO Cagayan, especially David and Pudol Memorial National High School faculty and staff headed by our acting school head, Mr. Alejandro A. Bangay, and supported head teacher, Mr. Salvino P. Puntanilla Jr. And the shout out is from Mr. Francis Manalo.
Yes, meron din po kami nakikita mga shoutouts po na na-caption ng photos. Later po, we will feature the photos po that we have selected from different posts. Hello po sa mga teachers from Captain Eddie P. Reyes Integrated School, STO Taguig, Pateros. Greetings po yan from Ma'am Regina Brillantes. And hello po kay Sir Daniel Q. Tameta, NAPI Coordinator, watching and participating daw po in our DepEd Virtual INSET from Caloocan City Business High School under the leadership of their OIC Principal and SGOD Chief of SDO Caloocan, Dr. IBC Perez.
Yes, and those teachers po pala na nagsasabit ng mga pictures, please observe physical distancing po.
Kasi we are selecting po with the photo. So please practice safety po mga teachers.
Ayan. So, maraming salamat din po sa lahat ng teachers natin from the teaching and non-teaching staff of Talon-Talon National High School, Zamboanga City Division, headed by Dr. Maria Teresa B. Borgonian, Secondary School Principal 4 from Teacher Omar.
Yes, and we are also jumping for joy here because we have a lot of greetings to make po. Shout out po sa mga hardworking teachers ng Santa Fe National High School with their principal, Mr. Noel Terbada. Greetings po yan from Ma'am Brenda Batian, silang po teacher po yan natin ng English Camas National High School.
Yes, shout out din po sa Viga Labdic Elementary School, Gumaca East District, SDO Quezon, headed by Ma'am Marilyn Cabangon, Head Teacher 3. So the greetings from Sir Christian.
Shout out din po sa mga RPL na Ocaña Central Elementary School, especially to Ma'am Sheila May Pantonal.
Ayan, then shout out din po sa Umos Integrated National High School, Real, Quezon Province. So shout out po kay Sir Rafa Felicity Indiana.
Okay, hello po sa mga guro ng Sergio or Sergia Soriano Esteban Integrated School, SET Center, Calaklan, Olongapo City, at sa kanilang butihing punong guro, Sir Richard Kalimbas. Hello po sa inyo. Greeting po yan galing kay Ma'am Cha Ugalde of SDO Olongapo. Also, shout out din po sa San Francisco Elementary School from SDO Lipa City, especially to the school head, Ma'am Shirley Sophia. Okay, so pa-shoutout din po sa teaching and non-teaching staff ng San Guillermo National High School, San Marcelino, Zambales. Greetings po from Ma'am Evelyn Grace Quitadero. And also shoutout po sa mga teachers of Malilig National High School headed by Sir Joel R. Antipolo, Principal 4, and Dr. Roxy R. Aranda, PSDS, Malig District, SDO, Isabela, Region 2. Yes po, pa-shoutout daw po ni Sir Jessickson Dia na watching po sa atin ang mga teachers ng Rizal Elementary School, Schools Division of Iloilo City, na mag-ingat daw po tayo dito sa Manila. Thank you, Sir Jesse. Also, shoutout po sa Manalipa Integrated School, Zamboanga City Division, with their school head, Sir Aspar A. Casa. Okay, so tuloy-tuloy po tayo sa ating mga meetings. Hello po sa mga teachers ng Labot Elementary School, Main, Caluban, Laguna, especially to Ma'am Becca Amante, Ma'am April Lagunte, Ma'am Jem Cabis, Ma'am Alena Parawan, Ma'am Jessa Cuabo from PB Jane Valdella, teacher broadcaster Jane Lupo. Also, ESP department headed by Ma'am Teresita Carbonilla and Principal Socorro Canaya of Zamboanga National High School West, Zamboanga City Division. Yes, and we would like to acknowledge those teachers po that are posting selfies and groupies with their fellow teachers na nag-a-attend virtually sa ating INSET. Maraming salamat po sa inyong suporta at sa effort. Sometimes may photo frame pa, nag-edit pa ng kanilang mga groupies and selfies, and we appreciate how creative you are in your posts. Yes, kaya naman po shoutout din sa Lagha Elementary School Extension Division of San Carlos City, Negros Occidental, with their school head, Maricar Domicilio, PSDS Daisy Lapitan, SDS Anthony Diobe. Hello po kay Ma'am Cristina Ramirez from Santos International Elementary School. School head po si Sir Edito Familiar. Greetings from Ma'am Shelay Nasilla. Hello din po sa mga teachers ng Baesa High School sa SDO Caloocan, especially po sa Math Department, headed by Ma'am Cora A. Jeremia and Baesa High School Principal Rezalina F. Bueno. May nagsiselebrate din po ng birthday ngayon, Sir Felipe Oliveria, math teacher from Baesa High School. Pagbati po yan ni Sir Daryl M. Bagwan. Yan. And also, ito yung mga teachers na nagpadala sa amin ng picture na nasa gitna po sila ngayon ng bundok. Tingnan mo naman picture rin, no? Yes, talaga yung mga teachers. Yeah, so mamaya po ipapakita natin yung picture nyo, no? So shout out po sa SDO Nueva Vizcaya, headed by SDS Rachel Liana and ASDS Julie Cruz, to Casibo West District with DIC Sir Marlon Butay, and to all teachers of Kakidugen National High School with school head Sir Dick Lapitan, na bumaba pa daw ng bundok para maka-attend ng INSET. And mamaya ikakatong muna natin mga shoutout because our speaker is now ready to give you the hands-on activity about Adobe. And we are really looking forward to having this hands-on activity with Sir Glenn. Sir Glenn?
Hello po, good morning po. Naso i-share screen po ma'am. Okay na po tayo? Alright, so nandito na po tayo sa Adobe Photoshop working environment. Ito po yung interface po natin. Okay, so babalikan ko lang po yung presentation ko kanina, yung dinidiscuss. So ito po yung tinatawag natin na menu bar. So ito po yung menu bar natin. Okay, next is the options bar. So below sa menu bar natin, ito po yung tinatawag natin na options bar. Okay, dito naman po sa left, bandang left, ito po yung tinatawag natin na toolbar. Okay, so ito po yung toolbar. At saka, sa right po natin, ito po yung tinatawag natin na panels. So, kung titigan natin po yung sa right version po, mayroon po tayong color and swatches panels. At saka, library panels at yung layer channel and path panels po. So, dito sa bandang pinaka-bottom sa layer panels po, dito po natin makikita po ang lahat ng layers in Adobe Photoshop. Okay? Yan. So, magsimula na tayong gumawa ng poster natin from scratch. Okay? So, we're going to click on File. Okay? So, click on File, then click natin po yung New. Okay? So, pag nasa New na po tayo na window, hingin po tayo ng name. So, like for example, gagawa po tayo ng INSET poster. Okay? School-based. School-based INSET poster. So, yan po. Next po natin na gagawin is we are going to identify the document type. So, ano po ba yung default na document type natin? Default Photoshop size po siya. Or kahit custom, pwede rin gagawin mo na custom. Okay? Next is the width and the height of your poster. Okay? So, pag malaki na po yung poster na gagawin natin, okay, halimbawa, nasa stage po natin ilagay yung poster natin. Or ilagay po natin sa gate po, yung poster natin. We are going to convert the feet into inches. So, halimbawa, gawin natin inches po. So, example po, yung width po natin is 72. Okay, 72 inches. Right? 72 inches. At saka yung height po natin is 36. Okay? Yun po yung inches po natin as landscape. So, 72 by 36 parang malapit na po sa isang 4 by feet na tarpaulin ang laki niya. So, resolution po natin is gagawin lang po natin na 72 kasi ang laki po ng poster natin na ginagawa. Okay? So, para pong pang-gate po yung poster po natin. Right? So, color mode natin, huwag kalimutan natin yung color mode natin is yung RGB color. Okay? Or CMYK color. Okay? So, alam naman po natin na yung CMYK is cyan, magenta, yellow, at saka yung black color. Right? So, wag na natin galawin dito yung 8-bit. Okay? So, yan na po. Yung background color. So, yan po yung iti-check po natin. So, yan. After that, pag natapos na po tayo, iset po natin yung lahat ng kailangan natin dito sa creation po ng ating poster. Click po natin yung OK. So, yun. Naglo-loading po yung pag-create po niya. Okay, so yun. Lumabas na po. So, nakita natin dito sa itaas, ito po yung tinatawag natin na document tab. So, sinasabi ko kanina yung document tab natin. Ito po yung file name of our document. So, mayroon na po tayong exact size po ng poster po natin. Okay? Na 36 inches by 72 inches po ang ating poster size. So, ang gagawin natin ngayon, isitigan po natin yung layer. So, dito tayo sa layer panel. So, sa layer panel po natin, makikita po natin yung background. Okay? So, mayroon tayong background. So ang gagawin natin sa background natin is i-duplicate muna natin yung background. So we are going to click this background. Okay? Drag natin dito sa parang new document na icon po or tools dito sa ibaba. So drag lang natin. Okay? So ngayon, mayroon na tayong duplicate ni background. Okay? So dalawa na po. Mayroon na po tayong background at saka mayroon po tayong background copy. So ilang layer na po tayo ngayon? So meron na po tayong dalawang layers. Okay? So ang gagawin natin dito sa background copy natin, pwede natin siyang i-gradient. Okay? Pwede natin siyang i-gradient. Pwede natin siyang i-monocolor. So ang gagawin natin sa gradient, click lang natin yung blending options dito sa effects. This one. Pwede natin gawin na gradient overlay po. Okay, so click yun na po natin yung gradient overlay. Okay, so pumili tayo ng gradient po dito sa sa effects na to. Okay? Yun. So halimbawa ito po. So yan, click po natin yung okay. Right? So pag hindi pa po makapasa sa taste po ninyo, balik po kayo sa blending options ulit, yung may FX, click yung gradient overlay, okay? Ibahin niyo po yung angle po ng colors. Ito. Yan. So pwedeng ganyan. Okay? So yun po. Ayan. So parang ganyan. Okay? So click po yung okay. So next po ang gagawin natin dito, mayroon na tayong background. So next is maglagay na po tayo ng elements. Okay? So ano po ba yung first na elements na ilagay pa natin? Or maglagay tayo ng color, text. So click on T, tools. Yung may naka letter T, that's for tools. So click po natin yung tools. Okay? Tsaka ilagay po natin dito sa canvas area natin. Okay? So, lakihan lang natin ng konti, 72. Yun. Halimbawa, San Jose National High School. Okay? So, yun. Sir, wala po kaming makikita. Okay? So, wala kayong makikita kasi yung font natin, yung font color natin is white. Yung naka-active. Okay? So, ang gagawin lang natin dito, okay, click natin again yung text tool at saka Control A po tayo or select po natin yung text at saka proceed po tayo dito sa options bar ni text. So, saan po ba yung options bar ni text? After clicking the letter T, dito tayo sa options bar. Dito. Sa taas. Click natin yung white na options bar. White color. So, gagawin natin itong red or blue. Yun. Yan. So, parang ganyan. Okay. Right. So, after that one, so mayroon na tayong text. Name ng school natin. So, dito, kung titigan natin sa layers, layer panel natin, mayroon na tayong 1, 2, 3. So, mayroon na tayong 3 layer po. So, naka-layer na po siya. So, ano po ba kaibahan ng structures of layer? So, halimbawa, itong San Jose National High School po, dito ko po siya ilagay sa ibaba. Okay? So, hindi na po natin siya makikita. So, yan po yung tinatawag na layer structure. So, naka-structure po yung layer natin. Dapat, kung ano po yung mag-display first, yan po yung pinaka-una na or pinaka-top po dito sa layer panel po natin. So, balik po natin siya sa itaas. Okay, para lumabas po yung text po na sa National High School po sa ating poster. So next po natin gawin is maglagay po tayo ng logo. So logo, click file po, open. So hanapin po natin ang ating logo. Right. So, okay, so hanapin pa yung logo. Okay. So, ito na po yung logo natin. Okay, so ito na po yung logo natin. So, sir, question. Paano po yung logo natin, sir, is nasa ibang document tab po siya. Okay? So, ang gagawin lang natin dito is we are going to put our mouse pointer at the center of the image and drag natin dito sa document tab kabila. Huwag natin munang i-release. Dito, pag nakita nyo to, may movement na tools na po tayo. Release na po natin siya. So, nandito na transport na po natin yung logo ni San Jose National High School Talibon. Okay? Yan. Question. Sir, paano po siya? Hindi po magandang tignan yung logo natin na may white po sa gilid. So, ano pong gagawin natin? So, next na tool po na introduce ko po is yung ito. Ito po yung tinatawag natin na Quick Selection Tool at saka yung Magic Wand Tool. So, click po natin yung Magic Wand Tool. Right? So, click po natin yung Magic Wand Tool. At saka, click natin yung white area ng ating logo. Okay? So, mayroon na tayong selection tool. Okay? So, nakita na po natin yung selections po natin. So, ang gagawin natin dito, once active na po siya, nakita na po natin yung bounding na mga grid lines dito sa gilid. Click natin or press natin po yung delete key. Yun. At saka, Control deselect po tayo. Control D. So, press natin yung Control D. So, yan na po. Nawala or natanggal na po yung white natin na background. Okay? So, yun. After that one, ilagay natin yung logo sa gilid. So, halimbawa this one. Next, pag mag-resize po kayo ng logo, be sure po na shift po tayo para hindi po maiba yung dimensions po niya. Okay, so punta natin sa itaas. So ito po, may logo na po tayo. Okay, yan. Next, ang gagawin natin is create na naman tayo ng other text. Okay, so increase lang natin ang size. Okay. School base inset. Yun. So, gawa tayo ng school based. Duplicate lang po natin yung layer na to. So, press natin po yung layer dito na school base. At saka drag natin dito sa new. Okay? So, mayroon na tayong school base copy. So, ang gagawin nito sa school base copy, ilagay natin dito sa ibaba. Okay? At press natin po yung text na tools. Okay? Highlight natin. Type po tayo na inset. Okay? Yun. Type po tayo na inset. After that one, change the color. Gawin natin color white. Gagawin natin color white. Okay. Yun. At saka lakihan ng konti yung inset. Ayan. School base inset. Okay. Ayan. Then, gagawa na naman tayo ng other text layer. Okay. Pwede natin i-duplicate to. duplicate ulit. So may copy naman po tayo dito, ilagay natin yung 2021. 2021. O yun po. So change po natin yung font po niya. Okay, so click tayo dito. Yan. Gawin natin itong Vivas. Click tayo ng font, Vivas. Yun. So, naka-Vivas na po tayo. At saka ito, gagawin natin itong sometimes na font. Okay. School days. So, tingnan ko ng konti. Okay. Yan. Okay. So, meron na tayong school-based inset na nagawa na text dito sa ating poster. So, di ba? Kung titignan natin sa mga layer dito sa gilid, sa ibaba, ang dami na nating layer. So, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, meron na tayong 6 na layer. So, what if ang dami mong image na i-integrate dito? Mag-insert po kayo ng picture of your school dito sa ibaba. Okay, so insert tayo. Open na naman po tayo ulit. So maghanap po tayo ng picture of our school dito sa ibaba. So search tayo. Ito. So insert natin dito sa ibaba. Medyo magulo. Okay. Yan. So ulit, hold the mouse, then drag the pictures to our document tab. Okay, dito. At saka release natin yung image natin. So, hintayin lang po natin na matapos po yung pag-transport ng image. Okay, sir. Questions po. Malaki po yung image natin, sir. Hindi makikita sa canvas area. So, ang gagawin lang natin dito, to resize the particular image is we are going to press the Control plus minus. Okay, sa keyboard po natin. So, liliitan po natin yung canvas natin para makikita. Ang makikita po natin is yung pasteboard. Itong gray. Itong gray na area na ito po yung tinatawag natin na pasteboard. So sa pasteboard natin, nandito po yung canvas area. So yung exact size ng poster po natin. Okay? So ang gagawin natin, kasi malaki po yung image, liitan po natin yung canvas area natin. So we are going to press the control in our keyboard plus minus. Okay? So lumiit po yung canvas. Pag palaki naman po is control plus equals po ng keyboard po natin. Okay? So, yun po. So, control minus. So, nakikita na po natin yung bounding box ng image natin na malaki. Okay? Na tinatransport po natin dito sa ating active na poster. So, ang gagawin natin dito sa bounding box dito is we are going to resize this. Liitan po natin. So, press lang natin po yung shift. Shift sa keyboard. At saka, liitan po natin yung image. Okay? Yun, liitan po natin yung image. Right. Yan. So, nakita na po yung image dito sa current poster po natin. So, magta-transform na po siya. Okay? So, once mag-transform na po siya, hindi na po siya babalik kasi naka-transform na po siya. Ngayon, ibalik po natin yung dating gawin ng poster po natin para makita natin yung exact po na ng dating po ng image. So ngayon, ito po yung image. Okay? So, liitan po natin. Kasi gagawin po natin siyang background dito sa may bandang ibaba. Right? So, yan. Halimbawa, ganyan. Okay? So, yun. So, mayroon na tayong layer ng image po natin. May one. So, is, again, click natin yung magic wand na tool. So, tanggalin po yun natin po yung white. Okay? At saka press po natin yung delete. Yan po yung pinakamabilis po na pangtanggal po ng background po. Especially kung naka-mono background po tayo or halimbawa, naka-green screen po tayo. Okay? So, di ba? So, mayroon na tayong pictures. So, ang gagawin natin sa pictures, parang hindi naman magandang tingnan pag ganito. Okay? So, ang gagawin po natin dito is we are going to feather this image and delete po natin yung mga extra na mga unwanted na mga portions of this particular image. So, ano gagawin natin dito? So, pwede tayong mag-lasso. So, mayroon na kayong text tool. Mayroon na kayong nalaman na magic wand tool. So, next natin na gagawin is yung lasso tool. Natin is pwede nating i-move yung lasso tool. I-draw po ninyo sa particular image. Okay? At saka connect mo siya sa beginning. So, may selections na po tayo. Okay? So, in this particular image po, click po natin yung layer. So, wag kalimutan na once we apply po this particular tool, wag po natin kalimutan na i-click po yung layer para doon po sa particular layer po siya mag-apply, mag-effect. So, right-click po tayo, feather po tayo. Okay? So, halimbawa, gagawa tayo ng feather na 100. Yung feather natin. Okay. Parang ganyan. Okay, maliit lang. Gagawin natin na 200 yung feather natin. Yun. So, nasa 200 na po tayo na feeder. So, ano ba yung feeder? So, makikita natin sa image natin yung result po ng feeder. Yung parang hindi makikita yung bawat gilid po ng particular image. Okay? So, press natin po yung delete. Okay? Wait lang po. Balik natin sa 100 para malaki lang po yung 200. Okay? So, 100. Press natin. Okay? Para mawala po yung sa gilid. Yun. Okay? Ayan. Another, feather ulit. Gagawin natin ng 50. Ayan. Tapos delete tayo. Okay. So, yun. Meron na tayong background. Ilagay natin dito sa ibaba. Yun. So, parang ganyan. Okay. So, dito naman sa gilid na area, another one, click natin po yung lasso. Yan. At saka feather na naman tayo ulit dito. So, 100. Okay. Press po natin yung delete sa keyboard. So, click natin yung layer, image layer, at saka press po natin yung delete sa keyboard. So, mayroon na tayong schools. Okay. Next po na gagawin natin is to apply brushes. So, ano po ba yung mga brushes? So, mayroon tayong mga presets po na brushes na nandito po sa Photoshop po natin. So, halimbawa, I click on the brushes. Okay. Then, options of brushes dito sa gilid. Kung saan po siya i-apply. Yun. Ito po yung mga presets po na brushes natin. Okay. So, halimbawa dito, mag-add tayo ng half tone brush. Okay. So, click lang po natin yung append tools dito sa gilid. At saka ito po yung mga present brushes na install ko po. Okay? So, hanapin natin yung half-tone na brushes. Half-tone. Yan. So, mayroon tayong 3D half-tone. Append lang natin to add the brushes on our plugins. So, append lang po natin. So, nag-move na po siya. So, dito na po yung nakikita po natin yung half-tone brush. So, for information naman po, ang dami naman pong free downloadable brushes po sa internet. Pwede nang hanapin yung mga downloadable na brushes. Okay? So, halimbawa, we select this one. Okay? So, saan po natin siya i-apply? Dito po sa background copy. Okay? So, click po natin yung background copy. Ito na po yung half-tone brush natin. Nakikita, nag-activate na po yung half-tone brush natin. Halimbawa, this one. We click this one. Okay, lagyan natin siya dito. Okay? Ito po yung result. Okay, once we click this. So, ito lang po. So, click po natin yung brush. Okay. Rasterize layer lang po tayo. Okay. Para po mag-activate po yung brush natin. So, pag ganito, pwede mo siyang ilagay dyan. Okay. Pag gusto mong iba naman po yung posisyon, change the arrow. Pag ganyan. Okay. Pwedeng ganyan. Right. Okay. At saka pwede mong lakihan po yung brush mo. Lakihan mo ng konti yung brush. Ganyan. Parang ganyan. So, yan po yung isa po sa mga brushes po na ginagamit natin ngayon, yung halftone. Pwede kayong mag-search. Okay, so rotate tayo dito. So, pag ganyan naman yung dating natin ng brush. Okay, apply naman natin siya dito sa gilid. So, mayroon na tayong brushes. Yan. So, arrange lang po natin yung proportion natin ng ating school-based INSET. Right. So, yan lang po yung pinaka-basic ni Adobe Photoshop na mga tools. Like Move Tools, ito po, Move Tools, Magic Wand, yung ina-apply natin kanina, yung text. So, yan po yung dapat po ninyong malaman na mga tools po na basic in Adobe Photoshop. So, try exploring Adobe Photoshop. Napakaganda po na applications ang Adobe Photoshop po in designing. Okay? In picture manipulations. So sa advanced run po natin this coming April po, ang dami po nating aabangan po ng mga Adobe application softwares na ipapalabas po ng EdTech unit. So isa na doon po yung Adobe Photoshop. Okay? Na parang ano natin, iba stages po natin yung dating. Okay? Bago tayo dumating doon sa parang tinatawag natin na expert level na po ng Photoshop. Okay? So pag expert level na po tayo, alam na natin po yung mga functions sa lahat ng mga tools po dito sa Adobe Photoshop natin. Okay? So yun lang po yung pinaka-goal natin ngayon. So mag-send lang po kayo ng screenshots po na kayo po yung gumawa po ng inyong poster. Okay? At saka yung sarili po ninyong school-based INSET poster po na ginawa natin sa basic Adobe Photoshop. So yan lang po. Sir Jeff, Mame. So tapos na po yung demonstrations po natin on that particular application or in this particular application.
Thank you so much, Sir Glenn.
Ayan, so we will be giving you, Sir Glenn, 5 questions and it's already 11:52, so medyo mabilisan na lang yung Q&A natin para makapag-lunch na rin po ang ating mga minamahal na teachers.
Yes. So this will be the first question, sir. So we will be flashing the question on the screen. But I hope Sir Jeff please help me read the
Yeah,
question.
okay. So our first question is from Sir Randolph B. Reveral Ustads, Wahab Akbar Elementary School, Isabela City. So considering our current pandemic situation, how can we apply the knowledge on Photoshop editing in our teaching?
Okay, so um, pag nasa ano po tayo, pag nasa halimbawa teachers po tayo, nasa senior high school po tayo, okay? So we can apply po Photoshop in teaching, in editing for in teaching. Hello again, Sir Jeff. Hello,
Yes,
sir.
po.
Okay. So we can apply po in our teaching profession po ang Adobe Photoshop. Pwede po tayong magturo po online sa mga students po natin, kagaya po ng ginagawa po natin ngayon dito, na virtually po na nagtuturo po tayo sa ating klase ng Adobe Photoshop, or magagamit po natin yung Adobe Photoshop natin in designing our materials, in integrating pictures in our modules. Magagamit po natin yung Adobe Photoshop natin na knowledge. So kailangan po natin na maka-learn po tayo ng basic po ni Adobe Photoshop. Kahit mayroon po tayong mga ibang tools or ibang mga applications na pwede rin natin gamitin po sa ating pagtuturo po. Okay? So yun na po, Sir Jeff.
Okay, and the next question po will be read by Sir Jeff again. Sir
Yes.
Jeff?
So the question is from Sir Randolph B. Reveral. The question is from Sir George Payot Jr. of Leonardo National High School, Zamboanga del Sur. So how does this Adobe Photoshop contribute to the learning of the students?
Okay. So in Adobe system po kasi, mayroon po tayong tinatawag natin na Adobe Academy po sa Adobe system. So mayroon po tayong mga courses po doon, okay? And on how we integrate this particular applications in our class. Okay? So paano po siya ma-contribute to learning of the students? Kasi in Photoshop, it involves designing kasi. So critical thinking. So pag mayroon po tayong problem na ibato po sa bata or ipapagawa po sa bata in Adobe Photoshop, halimbawa designing, yung bata po mag-think out of the box po siya. So it involves na po yung thinking ng bata kung paano po niya i-design po yung pinapagawa po natin in applying this particular Adobe Photoshop applications. So yun po. So I encourage everyone po, teachers, na hanapin po ninyo or search po ninyo yung Adobe Academy. Okay? So ang daming courses po doon na pwedeng magagamit po sa pagtuturo po natin at saka para po sa ating mga learners. So yun lang po, Sir Jeff. Mami.
Thank you so much, Sir Glenn. Now we will be going to the next question, the third question, Sir Jeff, right? Okay, this question is from Sir Raymond C. Reyes from Pecalion Elementary School, Nueva Ecija. And the question, sir, is, aside from Adobe Photoshop, do we still have other applications to recommend where we can edit pictures?
Yes po. Ang dami naman pong mga applications. Okay? Mayroon po tayong mga third-party mga applications po na pwede. Mayroong mga mobile applications po na pwede natin gamitin to edit our pictures. Okay? So, yun na naman ngayon na grabe na po ang technology. Okay? So, ang dami pong mga applications or software applications po aside po from Adobe Photoshop na magagamit po natin to edit pictures. So, yun po yung sagot ko sa tanong na ito.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Now, Sir Glenn, this will be the fourth question naman po, coming from Ma'am Cristel M.C. Quezada of Capalo Elementary School, Quezon. Does the Department of Education offer free Adobe Photoshop software for public school teachers?
Okay. parang ano eh, parang ang bigat ng parang ang bigat ng tanong. I am I the right person to see this? Okay, so the Department of Education offers free Adobe Photoshop software for public school teachers.
Yes,
Parang
hello
si
po,
Sir
Sir
Mark,
Glenn.
parang si Sir Mark po yung yung dapat sumagot dito kung mayroon po
Apo.
bang i-offer na
Yes po, Sir
na
Glenn.
free po na software po ng public school teachers.
Opo, si Sir Mark po kasi is currently on his way papunta po sa airport kasi pupunta sila ngayon ng Dumaguete. So, for information po, no, katulad nga po nung nabanggit ko kanina, our IT officers po, yung bawat SDO po, meron pong binigay na mga Adobe software po, which is full version po sa ating pong mga public school teachers. So, definitely po, if you would like to have a copy of it, kasi since limited lang po yan, you can refer to your IT officers po or sa mga SDO po natin.
Yes po.
Last question, Sir Jeff?
Okay, so Sir Glenn, this is your last question po from Ma'am Pablita Rivera from Doña Magdalena H. Gapud High School, Isabela. So what are the advantages of poster design in Adobe Photoshop?
So the advantages of poster design in Adobe Photoshop, number one po is we know we can start building our design from scratch. Okay? So pwede natin gawin na sarili po nating design from scratch po. There's no more integration, no more other image po. Talagang tayo po ang magsisimula building our own. Yan po yung pinaka-advantage. Kasi ang dami pong software ngayon na ready-made na talaga. May mga templates na lang tayo na we are going to change. But we should, napakasarap po dito is we should learn the basic po talaga, yung manual process po in designing. So ito po yun. Okay? So the other advantages po is we know how to apply, okay, the features or the functions of that particular tools in Adobe Photoshop in applying poster design. So not only in poster design, flyers, photo editing, retouching. So ang dami pa pong mga advantages na magagamit po natin ang particular na software na ito. So yun po, Sir Jeff and Mami.
All right, thank you, Sir Glenn.
Yes, and actually, point of information po ulit, for the month of April, the Educational Technology Unit will be focusing po on Adobe application softwares po para po sa mga trainings natin every Saturday. Kaya huwag po kalimutan na mag-like dun po sa ating Educational Technology Unit Facebook page para maging updated po kayo regarding with the trainings that we're going to have. So, I guess that's all for Sir Glenn. Maraming salamat,
Thank
sir.
you so much, Sir Glenn.
Ayan. So, we will be posting po the evaluation links for our speakers this AM session. Then we also would like to remind everyone as we prepare for lunch po, since it's already 12 o'clock, siguro we'll resume at 1:05. Then, sa 1:05 po na yun, medyo papasok po kami bigla halfway of the lunch break para makapag-give ng shout-outs, di ba? Yes. Yes, Teacher May.
Yes, so we will now be showing the links for the evaluation. First, kay Ma'am Rowena Reyes, and second po, for Sir Glenn. So you may scan the QR code that you can see on your screen to answer the evaluation for our AM session presenters.
Yes, and also don't forget po to use our hashtag for today, the virtual INSET Day 3 sa pagpo-post po ng inyong mga selfies para po mabilis din namin mahanap as well as yung mga shoutouts ninyo. I-comment nyo lang po dito sa aming mga Facebook pages and as well as sa YouTube channel po.
And we were so glad po to see your groupies and your selfies from different parts of the Philippines. So Sir Jeff, let's pause for a while and let's have our dance break. See you later.
As we face the command of rapid development and technological innovation in the world, the Philippines' preparedness in advancement of its physical facilities, infrastructure, and soft skills are given focus, especially with the empowerment of teachers' capacity and capability, not only in pedagogical aspects of teaching, but the confidence in delivering instruction with the use of information and communications technology. The Office of the Undersecretary for Administration, under the leadership of USEC Alain Delby Pasqua, established the Educational Technology Unit under the Information and Communications Technology Service. Its prime function is to empower and capacitate public school teachers and learners as required by the global demand of the fast-paced development in technology. The task of the Educational Technology Unit is to promote and solidify the innovation and digitization projects that will support the requirements of the K-12 curriculum in delivering quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating education for all. It targets different components and facets of skills development, which will enable the technological advancement of the infrastructure of DepEd. This is supplemented with empowerment training programs in emerging technologies for public school teachers. The programs of the EdTech unit target the emerging pedagogies focused on open educational resources, robotics and mechatronics, coding and programming, virtual reality and augmented reality in education, mobile application development, Internet of Things, and the productivity tools for learning, which includes Microsoft Office 365, Google Apps for Education, and the different Adobe software tools. In addition, the maneuver of in-house applications such as the DepEd Commons and the DepEd Learning Management System is under the flagship of the EdTech unit. The supervision of DepEd TV in ensuring world-class produced video lessons is another task of the office. Lastly, the conduct of free online tutorial session, coined with the term Itulay, is a bridging program to support learners and parents in answering the self-learning modules pioneered with the initiative of the ICTS EdTech unit. A teacher's influence is limitless, bound with the heart for service and dedication to fulfill the greatest mission to educate the young. The ICTS Educational Technology Unit will be there to promote, to empower, and to inspire Filipino teachers and learners as we grow as a tiger in the region, hitting our target as one of the best in educational technology. Come on and join us as we make our dreams into a reality. Sama-sama tayong lahat tungo sa iisang layunin. Simulan natin ang pagbabago dahil tayo ang mga gurong magtatayo ng makabagong DepEd. Sulong Edukalidad.